Hello, hello, and welcome back to Let Supreme Goes Thief. We are playing Heartcliff Islands today, as you can see. That is the last mission, as of recording this, that nobody has ever reported any attempt on ghosting, so it's sort of finishing the unreported list, as we call it in the ghosting community. This is a mission from 2015 by Qolelis. I think that's how you pronounce it. I have not played any of his other missions. I think he's only made one mission before, and he's made none since then. And I think he announced his retirement from fan mission making with this mission here. And that is sad, because this is a very, very unique experience. As I said in my last video, please, I don't want to spoil this for you. I say that about all missions, but there are some that you just have to try. This mission isn't for everybody. So if you try it for, 20, 30 minutes and figure out, no, this is way too difficult, and it is a very difficult mission, then fine. You can come back and watch it, but if it is up your alley, then you'll be engrossed into something very unique. So let's dive into this and see what we have to deal with. So I'm going to go ahead and read the information in the info file first. It says there, a Lord Rumsworth contacted me about a family heirloom called the Foreseer, which got stolen when he was just an infant. He wanted me to find it and told me he had tracked it down to a remote pair of islands known as the Heartcliff Islands, where the current owner, a Lord Edwards, was now running a prison. The islands have tough security, and the only way in is as a prisoner. So I pretend to break in at my employer's mansion, get caught, and then he handles the rest. Lord Edwards is running a side operation where he sells prisoners to anyone who is willing to pay. So once I'm inside, my employer will send someone to act as a potential customer, and at the same time smuggle in an extra loaf of bread. Lord Rumsworth offered to pay me half in advance if I accepted, and the rest when I delivered. The only snag was that I would have to trust him to do his part, but that's a risk I was willing to take to get something to do other than simple pickpocketing, so I accepted. I would no doubt be robbed of any personal belongings, so I didn't bother bringing too much equipment. Just the basics for show, except the maps provided by a former employee, which I hid in my shoe. There we have it. There's no briefing, but here we then have a synopsis of the objectives based on what I just explained. Everything so far is unfolding as planned. Now get out of this prison to get started on the rest. And then we have a bunch of optional objectives as well. And remember, optional ones are required for Supreme, but they're not required for regular Ghost. You can do them if you want to, but it's no problem skipping them if they incur a bust, for example. The guards confiscated everything they could find. Get a blackjack, a bow, a sword, and a pair of lockpicks. These islands were the last known location of a Captain Heartcliff, leader of a gang of pirates. Find her hidden treasure. The Foreseer, I think that's how you pronounce it, because I assume that it's something that can foresee something else, like predict, into the future. So a Foreseer. I mean, if you just have S-E-E-R, that can be pronounced as seer, I believe. Almost like a druid or a magician. Anyway, the Foreseer is what your employer is paying you for. Find it. You don't want to stay here longer than necessary, but getting a bit of extra loot won't hurt. Get at least 4,000. When you are done with everything else, leave the Heartcliff Islands. So, we start in a prison then, and the first thing we have to do is break out. This is an extremely difficult mission, like I said. It is known as being one of the toughest fan missions ever made. I can agree with that for a first playthrough, especially if you want to complete all these objectives, if you want to find all the loot, if you want to discover all the endings. There's multiple endings for this mission. That is almost impossible to do without any hints or even direct spoilers. I was not able to do that. I was able to finish it, basically, but I did not get to 4,000 loot on my own, and I did not get all these optional objectives. Some of them, but not all of them. There are other objectives too that are going to spawn as we go through, but these are the ones we have up front. Now, if you know the mission, a second or subsequent playthroughs are not that difficult. There aren't that many like super tough individual moves that we have to do. There's no like forced kills or anything like that. But yeah, first playthrough is tough, and I understand. I heard some players have abandoned it and have not been able to finish it and just gave up. So that's how it's difficult then. So let's get going. So there's no loadout screen, of course. We're going to start in a prison. So let's look at the map. We have 2 maps. Okay. The main island is surrounded by undercurrents, sharks, and whatnot, so don't even think about trying to swim your way to freedom. Instead, there's a ferry line leading to another island, which is the only way in and out. So, this is a side view of the island, of the main island that we're on right now. We're in the prison level. There are 6 levels, basically. Although the Warden level is pretty small, but it is a separate one. There's a hospital below. There's a guard's floor, the barracks. There's a basement. And then you get underground. So the basement is the first level that is above ground. You can see that here. So you can exit to the outside from the basement. Then you have the prison level. And the prison level actually extends, at least somewhat, all the way to a separate western section that you can't get to from these floors, but you have to go outside. So there's a separate basement section in the west, and then upstairs there's a kitchen and a laundry section right next to each other. And then underneath the prison you have a sewer area. There's one sort of accessible sewer section and then a hidden one. And from the sewers you can access a harbor, and that's where the ferry is found. The ferry isn't found there right away. We actually have to go to the Lighthouse to call that ferry in. So here you can see the harbor. So this is sort of showing that building from above then. So you have a main building, and then the western section, which is this, then has the laundry and the kitchen. And these are sort of interconnected roads that can take you from areas, from the various internal buildings, but outside. You have 2 different elevators. You have one in the far northwest and one in the sort of southeastern section, but there's also stairs that go up and down between those. I don't think that we're going to need to take any elevators except for once over here. That's required, at least for the route that I'm going to take. And there's also a garden area to the south of the main building. And here is a little path to the lighthouse. Then outside here you can swim. There are caves that are not shown on the map that you can access for a lot of hidden stuff that we're going to end up going to as well. There is another island too, farther west, and that's one that we don't know any details of, and this won't fill out or anything as we discover it. We will go there, we have to. This island is located to the west of the main island and connected to it by a ferry line. Due to pretty hostile surroundings, this is the only way in and out. I can't draw you a map because everyone who is not a guard is blindfolded, or even sedated, when passing through. But crossing it doesn't take long, so it's probably pretty small. Here we go. And here are the abbreviated objectives. Okay, so here is then the prison we start in. So it's interesting that these toilets actually go down to the sewers. You can see up from the sewers for all of these the toilets in each cell. Here we have a cheese, an apple, a cucumber, and then a loaf that was mentioned in the info file. That's a heavy loaf, which indicates that there's something inside of it. Let's eat that. Then we find a metal file that we can use to... So there's a little cut in the top there now. We can use it one more time, and then a third time.
Taking a break.
Now it turns into a broken metal file, as you see. So now this is not useful anymore. I'm not going to drop that back because we didn't take it as the file, and I think that would leave more evidence than if we keep it along with us. So we're just going to have that in our inventory for now. Now, we still can't open this, and we can't go through yet, but we can now bend this bar, and now we can go through. And then we can bend it back, and it now remains the same. We can now not go through, and there's no real physical difference between what we encountered in the beginning and what we did. There's a little break in the top, but the door is intact. Now if you keep on doing this, you get a metal bar. And now you have actually physically broken the door, because now you can move through at will. You can't reset that. This metal bar is something you can use for an optional objective that we haven't gotten yet, that I will show you, but I am not going to do that, because this to me is property damage. So we're going to remain, or leave it the way it is there. In a bucket next to the cell is a water arrow, and I am going to take that. We're going to need some items. We're not going to need all items for Supreme, but I'm going to show you some things that are not necessary to do for all modes, but we're definitely going to need that water arrow there. There's a cell 2. You can see that there's blood stains in here.
Just my imagination, I suppose.
Now, the water arrow,
Been here only a few months.
I'm trying to use it now, but it's not usable because we don't have a bow.
I'll show them someday.
And that was one of the pieces of equipment that we have to get back.
Someday I'll get there with this.
So for that water arrow to work, we're going to have to get a bow. There's 2 different places in the mission you can get a bow. So let's see. We can take his purse, though. It's worth 100. Here's a guard. There's also an archer on the level above that we have to be careful with. This is cell block 4, it says. We're going to move east here right now. This is the only patrolling guard on this level. There are, I think, 4 stationary guards, but they are all inside of cell blocks. And in there are levers that you can use to open the doors to the cells, which we're not going to need to do, at least not yet. Through here, you can actually see a rat and 2 coins. We can't reach those coins from this side, but we're going to end up going there a little bit later. Let's see. In here you have these are food bags that you can, all food is just collectively put in a food bag, so you can just eat them if you want to regain health. It's quite useful. I just wanted to show you that. There's another food bag on the ledge there. But we can't leave this way because...
Who's noising about then?
Because they give alerts to that. So I'm instead going to sneak.
Hello? What's that?
Yeah. He has to be turned the other way for us to do that successfully.
Is someone there?
A lot of the guards are very alert in this mission, and this is going to be a long mission. I have no clue how long. Because like I said, there are multiple endings. There are 5 different endings, and I'm going to show you every single one. So, you have the privilege of knowing how long this mission is now. Let's see. Good. Okay. I didn't know whether that archer could see me up there and give a settling remark afterwards, but he didn't. Okay, cell block 1 is over here. We're not going to go there right now. Here's a guard, and you cannot cross this way, going west, because that guard will see you. There's actually nothing of interest inside of any of these cells. That was a little bit disappointing to me, but... Here. Let's see, we are going to head to level 3. So we're on level 2 right now. Level 1 is the walkway above where that archer was. Okay. We're going to go down here because there is a rat here with 2 coins. Total 110. We're going to head down here. There's a lot of total darkness areas where the lighting literally has been put to 0. So that might be tough for you guys to see. Let me check. There. I'm not sure if that helps, because sometimes the lighting gets very artificial then. So this is a closed area, but there is readable. Do not enter unless you have very good reason to. There are things down here you don't want to mess with. If you need to enter, remember to protect your ears. The voices may seem friendly at first, but they will make you go insane if you let them. And don't kill the guards. They may look grim at the moment, but they are your pals. Captain Hardwood. Might seem like a very cryptic message right now, but that's going to make sense and not too long. We can't make sense of it just yet. Here is also one of many vent access points. This one is locked. There are a few that are unlocked. And we don't have the vent access key yet, so... We're going to go in there, but... we can only go into one that is unlocked.
It's just me, or...
He's coming down here. Let's wait for him to pass. Okay. I really want your feedback on what you think of this mission. Whether you played it or not, and are just watching it. What impression it gives you on my playthrough. This mission is right up my alley. It's sort of epic, you know, difficult, high replay value, all that good stuff. So here's another section where you have another walkway with an archer above. See, I'm not sure if he can see us.
Just gonna go up and tell him no more guard duty. 6 taffin years of guard duty. I'm gonna put my finger up and say I've had enough. That's it. That's what I'm gonna do.
There. Here is a guard, and the door behind him is the door that was behind him, or that we saw from behind when we came around earlier. Let's see. Don't think there's any readables in there.
Wonder what that noise was.
There's another food bag. No, there's no readables in here.
Someone making noise.
That takes you out to close to cell block 2. We're gonna head this way. We're gonna come up on a little bit of a tough area here. You can hear some cameras. This area down here. It's an isolation room. What's interesting is that this turns the light on. So I guess there sitting in isolation with no darkness. Sort of a torture method, I guess. Otherwise, this is a dead end. Let's see. So there are 27 pickpockets in this mission, and you can get all of them within Supreme rules, actually.
I think that I can just get away with pushing me around. I'll show them someday. Someday I'll get what they deserve.
Let's see, and I am going to show you how to get all 27. So that's an extra challenge I'm going to put on this video. That's going to make the video a little bit longer, but because this mission cannot be Supreme Ghosted, we're going to have to take quite a few busts here, but it can be ghosted, actually, believe it or not. So that I'm going to show you. Can be ghosted, but so I'm going to get the first. I'm going to take a key in here. I'll explain a little bit after I take that key. Okay, I'm going to wait for him to pass. So since I'm going to get all the pickpockets, there are some items I'm going to take that I wouldn't need to take for Supreme, but since you cannot Supreme the mission anyway. There. Since we cannot Supreme the mission anyway, then I thought that was a good challenge to get. So here is a guard. This is one of the 3 ways you can exit the prison, and therefore fulfill this objective. So if you go through this door, you'll check out that objective. But we can't go through that door. There, confiscated goods. Saw that? There's also a food bag in here. So that is a key, confiscated goods key. That we do not need to take for Supreme. So I'm going to let you know exactly which ones I would have taken if I had done a strict Supreme run here. And this key is not one that you need to take. Now, even though I'm taking it, I am not going to take advantage of that key, if that makes sense. I'm going to take a route that I would have taken as if I didn't take this key. I just want to get all the pickpockets to show you how that's done. And since we have a keychain, we can't actually return the keys. So I'm stuck with the key on my keychain, but I will let you know which doors the different keys are opening. The drawback with the keychain is that you can't see the name of the key after you've taken it. It only shows up for a brief second and then disappears. Let's see, now we're going to get out of here. Okay, that can be quite tough. These cameras are not really, they're not really
Just because I've been here
aiming really where they're showing that they're aiming.
I can just get away with pushing me around. I'll show them someday. Someday I'll get what they deserve.
There. Let's see here. Okay.
Hello? Intruder!
Okay, I'm gonna go past here because I'm gonna show you a couple of things on the other side, but we don't actually need to go this way. We need to go down the stairs here. We're down on this floor, basically. So I will show you all the ways you can exit the prison. The 3 ways. I showed you one here. So we got a first alert from that.
Thought I heard something.
We're getting a first alert here too. Here because I want to read Come on. There. Okay, level 1. 3. Fendril, pickpocket. Then we have 2 empty ones, and then 114, Gloriana, whore. 121, Isabel, racketeer. And then 2 empty ones, 124, Brom, highwayman. 131, Rose Cadger. 132, Hadrian, Falstail. 133, Bryce, coin faker, and an empty one. 151, Garrett, burglar. 152, empty. And then we have 153, Demia, smuggler. And 154, Cassius, whorekeep. Someone needs to clean cell 152. That's the one right next to ours where we saw a lot of blood spills. So that's how this is organized. This is all on level 1. Technically it's level 2, but this is identified as prison level 1. And that's the first number. All the first numbers are 1. The second number is what cell block it's in. So 1, 2, 3, and 5. And then the third digit is which cell it is in that cell block. There's 4 cells in each block. Level 2, interrogation. Okay. Level 3 is not named. Level 4 is not named. And level 5 is not named. There's also a crumpled piece of paper here. Did any of you idiots lock the ventilation grills when we evacuated the lower levels? You were all running around like scared little girls, so I doubt it. You better take your trembling little footsies down there and check. Captain Hardwood. Yeah, lock the door. Stand at your post. Do this, do that. Captain Tafferwood, more like it. So that probably tells us that there are ventilation shafts that are unlocked, because, especially on the lowest level, because there were some that maybe forgot to lock them. So if we go this way, this is the confiscated goods room. I moved the shrunken hand to the armory while we decide what to do with it. It must have some use, because why else would anyone want to carry such a thing? A shrunken hand. That is going to become important later on. So, let's go in here and see what's in here. Okay, so here you have a bow, actually, which would be very useful because it would mean our arrows work, including rope arrows, which we don't have yet. There's also a breath potion in here. There's a scouting orb in here. There's also a moss arrow, no, 2 moss arrows. There is a vine arrow. There's a water arrow, and that's it. There's two moss arrows next to each other here. So yeah, this would be a bow that we could take, but I'm not going to take it because I technically wouldn't have taken the confiscated goods key here. I'm going to get another bow in a later location, where we have to go anyway. So down here is, seems like a blind alley, except there is a dead rat. Now, there are quite a few of these dead rats around the mission, and that's an important hint to something hidden. You will also find some empty vials, and if you use an empty vial on any of these dead rats, you will get what's called rat's blood. And that we're going to need a couple of examples of. I think we're going to need 3 of them. Okay, I'm not sure. Oh yeah, that was the guard that alerted to the door opening. He's now settling. Right. So if you go this way, that's where we were, where I said you couldn't pass this way because this guard, who has another food bag, will see you. Okay. Now we're going to head downstairs. And that can be a little bit tricky, but... There might be times in this mission where There. If you crouch down here, then it won't see you. And you can hear singing. There's another camera here. This one is a little bit annoying because we can't really see it. There. Okay. Here's a vent that is locked. Do not open these gates unless you have very good reason to. There are things behind these gates you don't want to mess with. If you need to enter, remember to protect your ears. The voices may seem friendly at first, but they will make you go insane if you let them. And don't kill the guards. They may look grim at the moment, but they are your pals. Captain Harwood. It's exactly the same one that we read, I realized that. Anyway. This is the level 3 main gate, and this is the level 3 back gate. The back gate is the one where we went down and read this first message. So that we're not going to need to open. The other one, we are going to need to open. There. This is another vent. That one is actually unlocked, I think. Yes, it is. You can go into the ventilation shafts, but those are pitch black, and we need a light source in order to find our way there. But that light source we don't have any longer, or yet. And here is a broken handle, is it? This is the interrogation level. Main interrogation. Okay. Now over here we have something interesting. We have a statue here that we're going to take. But in order to get it, this one will open. That actually triggers footsteps from an invisible enemy. Those are actually sounds of an enemy, but it's an invisible one, and it is not alerting to anybody, and it doesn't have any kind of physical body. We are, however, going to see what we just let loose a little bit later. I don't know if we would be able to see that if we didn't open this. I can't confirm that. I haven't tried that, but I don't think you would be able to see it. So we took the statue worth 15, total 125. We can't close that one back up, and you have to do that in order to take that loot. Okay. Another interrogation room here. You can hear what sounds like haunts. I just gotta say that this is the best prison that I've seen in any fan mission. The level of dread and, you know, terror is just absolutely incredible. There's another camera here. See, it's pointing away, but still it sees us. There's something up with those cameras that I haven't been able to figure out yet. Okay, so now it seemingly is facing us, but anyway. Exactly the same message again. Okay. So now I'm going to explain something. You guys see that? That is actually the Foreseer. Believe it or not, that's our main objective. And this is a haunt, but it actually is not. The message said that the guards might look a little bit weird, but these are your pals. So these are actually real guards, City Watch guards, that have been taken over by the Foreseer. And they now look like haunts, but they are actually being controlled by the Foreseer. At the back of each of them, they have a little hammer. That is not loot. If you take that hammer, about 3 seconds later, the haunt will go unconscious and turn back into an actual guard. And when you do that, this is the top level where you have a haunt. The Foreseer will fall down to the next level down. And that is actually what you're supposed to do, what the intended way of getting the Foreseer is supposed to be. There are 3 levels with haunts, so if you take the hammer from each of those 3 haunts, then the Foreseer will actually fall into the lava, which it's suspended above, and teleport to a different location in the mission, and that's where you're supposed to take it. Let me show you what happens. So now I took it. So now the Foreseer goes down, you can see. To the next level. Something else that you might not be able to notice here is when you are in proximity and of hearing the Foreseer's song, all your controls get reversed. So right now I clicked forwards and I went backwards, and now I'm going backwards actually. Same with strafing. That can be very frustrating at times, but I think it's a cool effect. It shows that it's actually controlling us too. So if you're 1 level away, then you get affected. If it drops to the bottom level, then you won't get affected up here. Something else you can see is also that there are what also almost looks like green blood dripping out of it, and then surrounding it is a white and a red mist. That is actually going to be important. If I can get my butt over here, you can see that this is now turned into a guard, and it's not a body, a corpse I mean, it's an unconscious body. Now doing that, of course, is a bust-a-ghost. To cause this haunt to actually go unconscious. I can get in here. Let's wait for him to pass. There's really only one thing we need to do on this level. There. That is take this statue right here. I lied. There's more that we need to do. My goodness, I can't get forward here because there, now we're above the stairs. Now we're too far enough away. This is an important room right here. It's a drawbridge that is pulled up. I'm going to take a look at that later. So here's another camera. Dodge that. Go into this room. This is an interrogation room where there's another coin. There's also a rotten food bag here. Total 145. And here's a lantern. That lantern we are going to need to take. So we are then removing a light source from this room, and that is our first Supreme bust. That you have to get this lantern. There's no way you can navigate the sewers or the ventilation shafts without it. And this you can turn on and off. So if you have it off, you can't see anything you're doing. So I'm going to turn that on and off a little bit as we go through the mission. That's not a bust, but removing that light source from its original location is a bust. 145. That is correct. Okay, we're gonna need to drop to the bottom of that ladder, I think. Oh. We might actually be able to drop here all the way. No. We can probably drop to the bottom of the ladder without being seen here. Yeah, that we can do. Now we're on the bottom level. And here's another coin. Total 150. Below us you can see actually an open doorway above some lava. It's a dead end, and this actually is a shaft that goes all the way up to the top. Sorry, we're not on the bottom level, now we're on the middle level. So here's another haunt in here. So I'm going to try something now. Don't want to lose health there or take damage. So we have to do that. I haven't found any other predictable way of falling down here, getting down here without. Let's see. This might take a few tries, but we need to get to the bottom level. This one you can open. This is unlocked. This is the one that they probably talked about was unlocked. Are we going to get caught by that through the grate here? I hope not. Let's see. We need to be able to do this, so. Not sure why I can't open it. Usually you can drop and then open it and you'll land on top of the grate. There you go. Okay. Good. Nice. So down here, there is a door that is locked. And there is that open doorway that we saw below the walkway. Do not enter. You don't want to end up totally bonkers like Jack, do you? Captain Hardwood. we don't want to end up bonkers. Now this is the lowest level. There's one item here that I want to take. We have 150. That's the third and final haunt. And that is an empty vial. For what I want to show you guys, we are going to need to take... Oh yeah, we get spotted from the level above too. Whew. You guys can see how tough this mission is. There. Empty vial. Then we are done in the prison, actually. We are going to return to the prison, trust me, several times. Now we're going to get into the vent shafts. Vents, let's call it that. Now from the vent shafts there are 4 exits. You have the one here, 4 exits that are unlocked, I mean, that we can access right now. All the other ones are locked. There's plenty of them, but... There's the one I showed you by the camera. There's one other one that just opens up in the ceiling that is very, very difficult to get in and out of. And then there's one that takes you to the sewers, which is where we're going to go right now. Oh, and I have not forgotten that I opened the gate to level 3 of the prison. We're going to end up closing that later on. We have to return here. And I'll do that then. If you head up here, we're going to get to the sewers. Here. Now we're actually getting to the old abandoned part of the sewers right now. This isn't the sewers that is manned. And here you can see that there's a haunt in these sewers. He's going to come past us right now, so we're going to turn off the lantern. There. I think at least this is the way we're going to go. Yes, it is. Here, there's actually what says a little gold tooth. Worth 5, total 155. And I'm going to show you what the other end here leads to. There's a very interesting area. Blood-red flooded cave. That's going to be super important later on. This is actually a secret back into the interrogation room that we cannot get to right now. Here you can see into the newer sewers. And this is a grate that you cannot open. That actually takes us out of here. So yeah, that was a gold tooth. Is this a dead rat? Yeah, rat's blood that we're gonna need. Are we a little bit screwed now? Let's wait. Good. Whew. So yeah, we got 1 vial of rat's blood here. Wish there was sort of a hotkey for the lantern. Skulls and stuff. And now, we are going to finish the objective. So this is the second way to escape from the prison. And that's the best way for us. Here.
Nobody throws me my own sword and says run. Nobody.
Is a dead end or a walled-in section. It's probably a isolation chamber. I don't think we need this on any longer. Do we? No. So we can hear Benny. There's 1 guard in the sewers. Another will save here. There's nothing in this toolbox here. Go this way. This door's locked, I believe. There is a sewer master key that we're going to take just to get the pickpocket, but that you don't need. Here is a diary. Why am I always the one guarding the sewers? Heh, the warden is done. I fooled him today. I gave him a gemstone and he thought it was his Mrs. Gem ring. I'm going to be rich when I sell it. Cleaning the old sewers? I'm not going to do that. That place is haunted. How am I supposed to get in there anyway? My stash is growing. Maybe guarding the sewers isn't so bad. I also practice my writing. No one bothers me down here. Here's a food bag. Here is actually a dried burrick pea. That's going to become useful in a little bit. We're going to head out here first. We're going to take that. There are, I think, 5 or 6 of them spread around the map. And we only need 1. It's also locked. Head here. And in this area, there's a locked vent. But if we climb up this pipe, we can get to the coins that we saw through the grate from the prison. 1, 2, 165. Flares. And there's a bunch of loot. This is his stash. 2 coin stacks, a ring, small ring. 7 coins, total 390. We then head out here. This is where we're going to go. Up here is another area that is locked, but that opens to the sewer master key. So I'm going to get that, like I said, from this guard. That's probably going to come my way now. We're going to take his key, like I said, to get the third pickpocket. But we don't need to take that, so I'm not going to use the doors that it opens for Supreme at all. There, sewer master key. That was pickpocket 3 out of 27. I think that was it. Yeah, it was. Now down here, this is what's referred to as the compost. So now we are on the sewers and we are going to exit. We're actually pretty close to this area right now, in the far northern area. There's a little outcropping here in the rocks. We're on the west side and we're going to come out here right now. So we're in the northwestern section of the sewers. So the harbor is on the west, so we're on the upper side, kind of back side. Now, in the water, there's a new enemy. They're eels. And they're electric eels, and when they see you, they will emit an electrical pulse that can damage you. They can also move towards you, and that, of course, is an alert. The only way to fool them is, I don't know what you do really, but you use the dried burrick pea. I think you just sort of release it in the water, and they can't see you because of it. So we're going to do that right now. This is the only eel that we have to use it on. To get 3 coins in the water. So let's do that right now. So if he moves, then that means we're caught. So we can't do that. Okay, I'm not sure why he is. Maybe we're not using it close enough to him. Okay, what is that all about? I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just not using it close enough at all here. Okay, well, there's one ring. One ring, I just want to find where they are. No, not a ring, but a coin. Oh, there's one on the other end too there. I'm not sure why that item isn't working right now. There's something wrong here, because that totally should work for us. That's the eel right there. He should not even... Okay, so now it wore off. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm going to try this a couple of times because we need those coins. Odd. I've never had this happen before. So now it stops. Is it just scripted to move in under the thing there? Maybe it is. That is weird. When I played last time, it did not move at all. Because now it's actually, like, looking around for me. Okay. Because then we can't really go for any of those coins then. Because that is a bust. Yeah, it does move away as we use it. So then that's pretty obvious it has seen us. Okay. Well, then we can't do that at all. That I didn't notice then when I played this mission the first time, that it actually moved away. Yeah, it moves as soon as we use it. And what if we go back up here now? Comes back out. And is looking for us. Okay. Yeah, we are not gonna. Okay, well then that. We're just gonna go straight up here. It doesn't see us. So we're just gonna swim up out of the cave then. So there's 15 more loot that we have to skip then for Supreme. And you can't even take that for Ghosts. To be honest with you, because that's a clear reaction that you've been seen. It's just that the Burrick P actually scares them away so that they don't hurt you. I'm happy that I found that out now on the playthrough. Because that is not possible to do for Ghost then. So then I forget, I'm not going to reload, but just forget that we ever picked up this Burrick P. You don't need to do that for any mode. It's not a bust for Ghost to pick it up, so that's okay. So we are now arriving out in the water. This is very difficult for you guys to see, I'm sure. Here is a tower. That is to the west. So we are now here and we are looking west, and we're actually looking at an island on the west hand side that we have to take a ferry to get to. So you can see that we're in the northern section. So there are quite a few things to pick up in the water here. We're not going to do any of that right now. We are going to find a way back into the compound. Actually into the stair section right here. So we're going to end up swimming east and around and then finding a cave entry here. There are eels around, but they can't see you if you have your lantern off. And we're going to swim along the surface now, and they're all only at the bottom. So we're not going to get caught by them now. So let's make another real save here. So we're now swimming around this outcropping. There's also the lighthouse that is spinning around and lighting us up occasionally. So I'm going to turn that off now and save. Because the cave entrance is... So there you can see the red. Sort of, I don't know if you guys can see that, but it's coming towards us. That red mist, that's an eel. So it's going to turn around and go back now. Find the opening here soon, I hope. There we go. Yeah, those are just idle noises from the eels. Here we go. This is where we need to be. Good. Beware the undercurrents. No swimming beyond the outermost cliffs, or you'll feed the fish. Any one of you fools lucky enough to get back alive will be made to clean the old sewers with his tongue, so don't even think about it. You all remember what happened to Derek, right? Captain Hardwood. So now we get to a storage room of some kind. It's the bottom floor. This is one of the doors that I showed you that opens to the sewer master key. There. Don't need to go in there, but at least you can see that I'm able to access those now.
Hello?
Here is a patrolling guard that we need to dodge. Well, unlucky that he was right there, but I don't know if he comes through this door. Let's not go down. How did he hear that? Heard me close the door, I think.
Just because I've been here only a few months, I think that I can just get away with pushing me around. I'll show them someday. Someday I'll get with this, sir.
Okay, this here. It's just a training room. It's empty though, just some dummies. This actually takes you out to the path that goes south to the lighthouse. So that's where this is. Here's another rat that you can make rat's blood of. And this is actually an entrance to another area of the sewers that we haven't visited yet. There's a vent access, but there is one coin back here. Total 395, which is correct. Down here, we don't need to go. That takes us to the other locked door, which you guys might remember from the sewers. Sure, if that guard is on his way back again, probably is. We're going to go all the way up here. This is where we need to go, but we're going to go all the way to the top floor. Up here, actually. This is actually the gardener. There is a garden right outside that door down there. We're not going to go out there right now, but this is the gardener anyway. And he has a coin stack worth 5, and then there are 3 more of the dried Burrick P if you need that, and his diary. My years living with the pagans are finally paying off. When I first got here, this was a barren place, but now I'm growing all sorts of fruits and vegetables, and getting paid good money for it too. I managed to catch one of the water worms yesterday. They are usually quite aggressive, but calm down during low tide. She seems to thrive real well in my compost. Because of her special diet, I had to strike a deal with the undertaker. The garden soil is so much better now, though, so I can't complain really. I bought a few balls of dried Burrick Pea for my tomatoes, but they proved to work on the worms as well, so now I don't have to wait for low tide next time I need fresh soil. Captain Hardwood wanted us all to learn how to fight, but I'm a peaceful man. Okay, so now we're going to actually head into the basement and cover some areas there. As you guys see, here I might get some slowdowns. So this is out to the garden. We're going to tackle that area. little bit later. Let's see.
Wonder what that noise was.
There's a guard here too. There's an elevator here.
Hello?
That is on level 3.
Is that you?
Man, they see through the pipes. That's the bad thing. The pipes are basically invisible to them. This is the armory, but we can't open that yet. So that we're going to have to find a key for. Let's go in here. So this is a shooting range. There is a broadhead arrow in the second one there. Other than that, that's all it is. You can press these to bring the targets up closer and stuff like that. Yeah, there is a guard that comes there.
No, Will.
He goes through that door, okay. That is actually a guard that goes outside. Patrols through the hallway for a little bit. So now we are in the main building on the in the east basement floor. So we're going to cover the various floors up here now soon.
Oh, it's so wet around here. A pair of boots. Getting some money. Can't ever find anything. That's
There we go. This is a pickable door outside. We do not need to go there. 2 food bags and a stack of copper coins here. Total 405. Okay, that door we're going to look at later. Where that leads to. We're going to head in here. These are the dormitories. This is the guard captains. We're going to go in here first. Here is an interesting item. It's called clumps of beeswax. You can take it, and if you use it, you don't hear anything. So all your audio cues go off. So you can't hear guards, you can't hear anything. But that is what you can use if you are around the foreseer not to be affected by the singing voice, so that your controls don't get messed up. So there is one other place where you can find these, and I'll show you those as well. We don't need it, but there they are. Let's see, we are going to read, there's a crumpled note here. Being the best guard around, I think I should get a key to your safe in case something happens to you, Wille. Okay, so there's a safe in here. That's right. Right here. It's an alarm button, and you cannot operate the safe. So then we are instead going to read his diary. She says she loves my dorky side. It turns her on, she says. My dorky side? I don't have a dorky side. I'm the captain of the guards. I have to replace Derek. I told him not to swim beyond the outermost cliffs, or he'd be caught by the undercurrents. But he just laughed, and now he's missing. He must have been sucked down and eaten by sharks, or whatever is out there in the depths. I kind of miss that bastard. Jim can complain all he wants, but he still can't sleep at his post. No one noticing is not an excuse. So we are going to find Derek, at least I think it is, because him and his ship, I think, have actually been sunk, probably because of the weather, and there's loot out there. So we're going to find that. I know my men are getting lonely out here, but them harassing the female staff can't be tolerated. I will have to think of something before the situation escalates. The night shift just ended, but it's still dark and deep as night. It can't be natural. So that helps explain a little bit on why there's like full darkness some places. The self-portrait she sent me has been stolen, and I can't investigate it without risking the truth getting out. It's kind of funny though, it must have been a maw of a rat to pull that off. That self-important Wille character hassled me again about getting a key to my safe. But why for Taft's sake would I give him such? If he keeps bothering me with these idiotic requests, I will have to let him go. Her husband found out about her little adventure. Not good. The warden might not like me messing around with his customers' wives. We have bigger fish to fry at the moment, though, so I should be safe for a while. Kier asked for an extra shift again and said the armory could need someone watching it. I need my men well rested, especially in times like these, but I couldn't deny him the extra way, with him having 2 kids and a third coming. I wouldn't be surprised if Jim had a hand in all this. He was pretty pissed for a while after his transfer, but now he gloats every time I see him. One more thing and he's gone. At least the lady was kind enough to shut her clapper about the details, so we'll just have to stop meeting when she's here, and it'll blow over. You win some, you lose some. Jack was seen running around the prison stabbing people with a sausage. I had to send him away for a while. The warden's wife has been eyeing me lately, but I'm not going to go there. They may be right calling me fearless, but I'm not an idiot. I just have to let her down easy if it comes to that. Having her on my side is favorable. I think she will soon find some other toy, though. The filthy rich usually do. I got a late note from the kitchen maid saying she had information about the severed hand we found in on one of the prisoners. A hand of glory? What kind of hocus pocus is that now? We can't go around painting all doors with that goo she described. Okay. And then also in here, it's a very well hidden secret. That's actually how you open the safe. And in here there's lots of loot. Purse, 3 silver coin stacks, gold coin stack, pair of dice. Then there are 2 keys. We need both of those. One is the armory key, and one is the ventilation master key. That you do need for a couple of events that we're going to use. And then there is another diary. The warden told me to reseal the caves we found behind the hammer statue on the other island. My men were muttering about nothing ever happening around here. I can't blame him really, but I told them what my father always used to say. Don't taff around in foul-smelling catacombs. It's not worth it. I left out the unless you're me thing he always used to add when drunk. Anyway, we sealed it up and everything went back to normal after that. That's going to be very important here. So we're going to see where it's sealed later when we get to the other island. I've gotten weird reports from the prison guards a while now. One about a prisoner getting himself killed. It's not exactly clear what happened, but my men said they heard the singing of angels, and then the prisoner in cell 152 exploded. The warden is on my back for it. Sometimes I think he cares more for the prisoners than the ones guarding them. The singing continues. I think it's starting to affect my men. Something must be done. Those bloody caves. Boring, I know, but I'm starting to believe the warden was right not to go there. Something real nasty must have gotten out, and who knows what else dwelled down there. So it's actually the Foreseer that has gotten out, because they ventured into those caves, unknowing what was there. After the incident with the prisoner exploding, the reports got even weirder, so finally I took a few good men to search the prison from top to bottom. In the seldom utilized depths, we found a weird artifact floating in midair. I remember thinking that it looked like something my dog could have fetched, but the singing was instead so beautiful it almost made me forget what I was doing down there. The singing alone killed some of my best men. I saw them walk right into the lava, as if they've lost all sense of direction. I will never forget the smell of burning flesh. It was horrible, but I must have snapped out of it, because seconds later I had thrown the bloody thing in the lava. It shrieked in agony. Or was it laughing? I couldn't really tell, and it being gone was all that mattered. It must have been destroyed. I saw it with my own eyes, but the high priest the warden sent for said the bloody thing can't be destroyed, only contained. I told him that I had already taffing obliterated that thing and totally removed it from existence. So what's all this talk about it not being possible to destroy? Shish. If it was built, it can also be destroyed. But that smarty pants know-it-all said it would soon return, and ordered us to set a trap strictly according to his instructions. I laughed the high priest right in his face when he described his plan to me. Beeswax? Really? Sure, if he wants to make a fool out of himself, then be my guest. I chose the 3 best suited men I had and told them to play along. I couldn't wait to see the high priest's face when he would finally realize that I had been right all along. I felt like an idiot when the bloody thing actually did return, but luckily for me we were ready and the high priest's plan worked. My men are in stasis, but at least that bloody thing is now contained. Those 3 deserve a big fat raise. The warden wanted me to withhold their wages, by which he probably meant to not pay them at all, because they aren't doing what they're signed up for. I told him he could shove that opinion up his rear opening, and if I hadn't restrained myself right then and there, he could easily have been walking the everlasting fields by now. The only decent thing to do is to send their wages to their families until we find a way to destroy the bloody thing, which also happens to be what I actually told the warden. From the look in his eyes, I think he understood. He had to, but he said he couldn't give me the funds for it. Fish. He can word it any way he wants, but my men still have families to support, and I'm not going to let him down. The warden eventually came around and decided to pay what he owes. Maybe he's not such a noble after all. I bet his wife told him a thing or two, though. See, that closes it. So this guard captain doesn't seem like such a bad guy. He seems strict, but at least he has some... Okay, so that opens it. I thought it maybe just shut the lever. Alright. Good, so then we have, let's check that. Yeah, we're good there. 616. So now, you're actually going to go straight back to the armory. And take what we need there. There. Good. We can actually turn on the lights. It's not against Supreme to turn on lights. You just can't remove light sources that are there when you start the mission. So here there is some things that we need. We need a sword. That's a part of the objective. We need a blackjack. We need our lockpicks. We need a bow. There. Let's see here. Yes. That completed the objective of getting our equipment back. We need those 4 items. Now, I'm actually going to take a healing potion that you do not need to take for Supreme, and I'm not even going to use it in my regular official run. It's related to something that I'm going to do. Let's see. No, that is not true. I'm going to use it in my regular run. But you don't need it for Supreme. We're also going to take, let me see, 2 vine arrows. We need 2 of those. We are going to take, let's see, 1 more water arrow. So that we have 2 of those. And we're going to take, up here is the Hand of Glory. That one we're going to need. That's the hand, severed hand that was talked about. There's also 2 flash bombs, 2 fire arrows, 20 broadhead arrows, and 2 regular mines on one at the top. And 1 more holy water. No, healing potion. In here, but we don't need anything else. So for Supreme, what you need to take in here is sword, blackjack, lockpicks, bow, 2 vine arrows. You're gonna need. Yeah. 2 vine arrows we're gonna need. The 1 water arrow we are also going to need for Supreme. Let me just check. We already had one, didn't we? From outside the prison. Yeah. Yeah, you're going to need 2 for Supreme. Okay. Okay, now we can head back up. We can get done with the rest of the... Well, we're going to head into the... East dormitory first. So here there's a bunch of guards, some archers that we're gonna have to take. This one is pickable that we're gonna have to take arrows from. This one we're gonna have to pick. There's a person. Total 716. So there are 3 arrows. 1, 2, and then this one has it, but I think it's underneath. 3. You just can't see it. In the different footlockers in here, you have a healing potion, a sausage, and then there is a stack of silver coins here, total 728. And there's a diary. I'm pretty certain the captain is running his own show in the forbidden areas. Probably something illegal. That's why he doesn't want anyone down there. But I'm on to him and I want in. I went down today, but all I can remember is the singing. It was real bonny. I wouldn't mind spending some alone time with that singing lady. I could listen to her voice all day. I've never seen her, but I bet she's a real looker. Ha ha ha, I finally managed to tame these damn rats. They will make me rich. The rats have betrayed me. They just used me and now they are laughing at me. Where has everyone gone? The rats are everywhere. What if the rats ate them all? I must open the bastards and look inside. So it seems like the force here certainly has an effect on people. That is all there is in here to worry about.
What is that smell? It smells like old meat.
Going to the west dormitory. Here, there's a crumpled note. Jim, if you lay your hands on Esther like that again, I swear I'll rip them off and feed them to you, Carl. Alright. That doesn't sound too good. And up here is another diary. Those staffers had me transferred. I had it all worked out. I didn't have to stand out there in the rain. And I could take a nap whenever I wanted without anyone ever noticing. But not anymore. Someone must have ratted me out, and now I have to watch the main entrance instead. Yawn. The captain's new bird is pretty fine, though, and she's here quite often. I wonder what her husband would say if he knew. The kitchen maid is here to serve us, so I don't get what Carl's problem is. I bet he's poking her. Why else would he care so much what I do with her? That's what she's here for anyway, ain't it? I hate that carpenter. He thinks he's so fancy with his sculptures, but he can't even read. So notice that Jim's diary goes into our inventory, which probably means we can use it for something. It's just a good hint for that. So here there is another footlocker that we can pick. Total 778. And then there are 5 more archer with arrows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we are up to 11 pickpockets. There's also, in one of the last ones here, there is a slow fall potion. There's also a stack of copper coins in one. There. 788. Now that diary of Jim's, we're going to leave on the guard captain's desk, why don't we? That's the bonus objective. Jim won't bother the kitchen maid again. He gets what's coming to him. This is another door that leads outside. Pickable, I think. We're not going to do that. I think this also leads outside. Elevator and then outside, yeah.
Who's there?
Hey!
I'm not sure where he ends up going now, but I think we need to go upstairs anyway. Yeah, he goes. He can go right and he can go straight. His route is actually a little bit randomized. He goes between 2 floors. Okay. So now we are moving up to the hospital floor. Yep. Here is a food bag. This is the sick room. We're going to head in there. Okay. If the patient starts snoring, make sure all airways are clear and adjust the patient's head if necessary. Okay. So this is actually a patient that we will read about in not too long. Food bag here. This opens just to some kind of a washroom. This door is pickable. We will not open it because we can get a key that opens it. And this door here too is leading into the same room to the doctor's office. We will also not pick because we can get there elsewhere. is just a little closet that's empty. This leads outside. We're gonna pick the lock on this door. This does not open to any key. So now we are actually on the north side of the building. So we are north of the hospital. There are some walkways and different levels here. Can be a little bit difficult to navigate. This balcony here is possible to get up to elsewhere, but this is the by far easiest way. So we have to pick this. We head in here, get a plate, and then a very well hidden, actually, necklace. So that's a total of 998. There's a diary. Oh, it's so romantic. Gavin must really love Gwen to come here every evening and sit with her. Some days he reads to her, and some days he just holds her hand and brushes her hair. Gwen's been sleeping for 3 days now. Okay, so it was Gwen that we saw in the bed. And it's strange how she doesn't seem to lose weight, even though we haven't been able to feed her. If I weren't a trained nurse, I would say that love conquers all. We could seriously do with more torches around here. But the Warden is too cheap. He should know, though, that treating all these broken bones when the guards trip in the darkness might cost him more than a few torches. Does someone have to die before he gets that? Let's see. In here, this is the doctor's wife. Take 2 masks here and read a letter. No reading tonight because I cannot find my glasses. I'm too tired to go look for them now, but probably left them in the office. Good thing I always lock it for the night. I'm practically blind without them, so he's written things on top of each other because he's not got his glasses. 1098, that's as much as we should have. Now I think I'm going to do something not out of order, but I think I'm going to do something here. I'm going to go past these doors here and actually go upstairs. This is the Warden's floor. So we're now on the Warden's. There's a car that goes through here. He is the one that goes downstairs to the hospital floor too. I wanted to go up here because I wanted to do something. We're going to take these goblets and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 gold plates. Now we are going to turn on this. These are little cameras that the Warden can use to look through the security cameras. So we're not turning on the cameras or manipulating that. We're just turning on this device so that we can look through the cameras. So that's what we're going to do now. And this is from cell block 2. And here you can see one of the freakiest things that you'll see in this mission. Cell block 2, you can see. So this is actually a zombie, and it's I believe it is supposed to be the one that was sort of blocking the camera. I believe it's supposed to be the one that we released from the torture device when we walked close to the statue that we picked up in the interrogation room. The one that we could hear walk around, but we can't see it. Well, this is sort of a camera with a filter that makes us able to see her. Okay. Just a second. Let me check something. So, let's see that again. If you look at the wall there, it says level 4. So that is important to note. It also said cell block 2, but level 4. So that was the first camera. The second camera says level 1. So that is actually a hint. And here we have this freakish woman again. So we had 4 on the first one, 1 on the second one. Third one, take a look at that. So it doesn't give us any. There's no sign of any level at all to be shown here. So that means 0. So that's actually the third number. Now what you can see also is that this zombie here has 113 sort of tattooed in her forehead. So that is also going to be important for a different reason. So there are actually 2 secrets that are connected to these cameras here. So we have now 410. And then the last one is very difficult to see. But if you look through the grate right there, it actually says level 3. If you find this place in the prison, you can go see what that actually says. It's very difficult to see if you zoom in even. And now she comes up in front of us again. But yeah, if you find this area, this is one of the cameras in the prison. If you go down to where that camera is, and when it pans right, go through that grate, or if you're on the right side of it, you can see where that sign is, and it says level 3. So 4103 is one code. Turn that off. Also, we saw 113 in her forehead. And 113 actually refers to the cell numbers that we read in the logbook for the prisoners. So that would be on level 1, cell block 1, and cell 3. That's what 113 is about. Here you can see a guard. There's no way, it's stationary, there's no way we can get by there. And he actually guards the entrance to the wardens. So we can't get into the wardens this way. So if we head over here, we can find a flare.
Is that you?
Hey, stop right there!
Warden's office, there's also a food bag in there. Leads to a balcony that really is a dead end. You can climb down this pipe. There's an archer down there as well. Then we're gonna take the arrows of a different way. Head up here. There's really nothing much up here. There's a generator room. Get up to a balcony. That'll take you up to the very top of the roof. So this is a place you can get to, but it's not really practical for much. But I wanted to show it to you anyway. Big lags I get when I'm up here, and I have a new computer, so.
One move.
Oh, he comes back already. Oh.
What was that?
Yeah, if we can avoid those clangs, we can get under the stairs. Because he comes back up. Goes that way.
Who's noising about then?
I'll get out and see what's around here. Toilet's always fun to look in the toilet, right? And...
Is that you?
okay. This leads out to that balcony where that archer is that we saw from above. So...
Need to meet up later.
it's difficult to get his arrows, but we'll get him from below. And here's the elevator.
Take it.
Okay, so now that we have the code, or that we don't know it's a code yet, but when we saw through the security cameras, we can head up here. Here's another archer. This is a stationary
What is
one.
that smell? It smells like old meat.
The food bag.
What the? That can't be me. I washed a few days ago.
We're gonna have to wait until he turns back north. We have to go to the Warden's balcony. That's the only way to get in there, really. At least for Supreme. Well, no, in general. Because there's no way to go get through the Warden's front door with that stationary guard. You can't pick the door, and you need the Warden's key to get in there. Come on, guy. Turn, please. That was the 12th pickpocket, by the way. Here we go. So we can't do this and mantle up. We have to do it before he... one undershot and one overshot jump.
Dun, 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 ba-dum. Bum, ba-dum.
That seemed pretty good, but... oh, come on. That looked good to me.
What is that smell? It smells like old meat.
There we go.
That can't be me.
He doesn't hear too well, but he sees pretty well, so we didn't hear that. Okay. That goblet there,
Dun, 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 ba-dum.
and that goblet. Okay. He doesn't see us here. Okay, he can actually see us through the windows out there too, if we're unlucky. But now we're in the Warden's. And, let's see. Two gold candlesticks. Warden Edwards. Is that him? This is the main door out to the outside where the stationary guard is. Okay. Here we have a plate. And we also have a statue around here. And we're going to read this. The Islands of St. Eura. A group of Hammerite dissidents with heretic beliefs were banned from the Hammerite order. They disappeared and were believed to have split up when no longer sustained from within the order. But it later came to the Hammer's attention that they had escaped to a faraway pair of unnamed islands and were growing in their numbers. It was decided that the islands would be raided and claimed, but it took a few more years to gather the necessary forces and get the operation sanctified by the Hammerite High Council. When the Hammers finally raided the islands, the splinter group was easily eradicated. No one was left alive. The islands were named after one of the purest of Hammerite saints, St. Eura, and the Hammers built a prison on top of the ruins of the former inhabitants' temples and living quarters. All heretic icons were destroyed except one, which was put in the Hammer vault for study. The high priest who was set to research it had to do so inside the vault, locked from outside. One time he was locked in overnight. He never talked to anyone about it, but some say he went mad from the extreme exposure. He convinced the others that they had to abandon the islands of St. Eura despite a flourishing operation. Soon after, the artifact he had been studying so closely disappeared from the vault, and the high priest who had studied it was accused of being a part of its disappearance and put under house arrest, where he was later found dead. Could that artifact be the Foreseer, maybe? So here there's a lock that you cannot operate, and you can see the slowdowns when we're looking outside here. Okay. Let's go in here. Now, on top of this, difficult to see, there's the main master key. That is going to be important for a couple of reasons. This key is found in different locations on different difficulties. I think it's found on the nightstand and maybe on the desk in there. Over here, we should also have another copy of another one of the beeswax, if you want to take that. Let's read his diary. My wife dropped her ring while washing her hands downstairs. Benny said it's probably been swept down into the compost room by now, and no one enters the compost room except the gardener, and only during low tide because of the earthworms. Really now? Grown men being scared of worms? Such imbeciles. So this ring here was one of the rings that we found in the stash of Benny. I've come to find it quite soothing to watch the security cameras. When I'm worked up after a hard day in the office, I can watch the guards go round and round. After that, I always sleep like an infant. I only wish I could listen in on what they are saying. It looks like they are muttering something at times, or possibly singing. I will talk to my engineer contact on the mainland about it next time I see him. Benny said he found my wife's ring today and showed me a large gemstone. I wonder where it came from. Acquiring this island could prove even more lucrative than I thought. Good thing Benny isn't the brightest mind around. And then there's 9574 written here. The new safe got installed today. My contact said it can resist even certain levels of magic, and at that instant I knew I had to get it. Because nothing is more important than to protect one's money, right? If I ever forget the code, I can easily be reminded by doing something else I have also come to enjoy, which is a big hint. What he enjoys doing is watching the security cameras. So he says that he can watch that to know the safe code. So 4103, the level numbers in the 4 different cameras is then the code to a safe. That is an extremely difficult hint that's going to be, or difficult to figure out. I was not able to figure that out on my own. And I'll talk about that a little bit at the end of the mission. Because I'm not going to claim all the loot here, actually, as a Supreme Ghost. As a successful Ghost. I'm going to take everything I can for Ghost, but I can't claim all of it in my official run. Because I used a walkthrough, or sort of a loot list. No, a walkthrough. To find some of the pieces as well. We are down 3 guards now, while they are slacking off down in the prison. Captain Hardwood will have to withhold their emolument, because this means I may have to see to it 3 extra guards get hired while this situation is taken care of, and I'm obviously not going to pay double. He disagreed strongly. I can respect him for being the fearless man he is, but does he really think getting rich means tossing it left and right? My wife says death could be worse for business than having to pay a few extra guards, but what does she know about business? However, she's my wife, so maybe I should heed her advice. Maybe. I finally got the alarm reset function installed today. So this is actually the code to reset the alarm. If you trigger the alarm, you can use this code to cancel the alarm. Never in my life have I seen such insolence. Ever since the servant girl fell asleep, the other servant won't ever leave his room at night. What if I need a light snack when working late? Nay, lazy peasants are what they are. Okay. Now, where's the code we can put in for the safe? We have to press this button. That's a secret. Let's see. And here, we are going to take this. That's a bottle of ink. That you need even for Supreme here. There's a statue. This is the camera control. They're on now, the cameras. So turning them off, of course, this is a Supreme bust. We're not going to do that. So we're going to punch in 4103, and then you got to press this. That's another secret. That opens up this panel. And that raises the safe up. And that we're going to have to pick open, I think. Yeah. There. 3 stacks of gold coins, a diamond, 2 purses, a necklace, and another diary. The side operation is running smoothly. The goods have become very popular among the hunting noblesse, with a wish for something a little more challenging. When my engineer suggested fixing the old security cameras, I was skeptical at first, because of the cost, but they proved to actually increase business. Some of my extracurricular clients prefer watching the goods from the comfort of the dining room instead of having to get dirty in person. Today, Lord Romwurst was here again. He took his time with each prisoner, but eventually left satisfied with his new purchase. Okay. Let's close this. Lower it. Okay. I take it back. You don't need the ink for Supreme. That's my bad. Do that. That resets this one. You can just click it again and that'll close it. There we go. That should be it in here. We should hopefully be able to jump over here. Yes, indeed. There we go.
Thought.
into the doctor's office. Right here. I'm going to turn on the light just so we can see things. Which again is not a Busta Supreme. Let's read his diary. Lord Edwards is always trying to save money, but Charlotte and I have been here since the prison was restored, so yes, I think we deserve the high pay. That servant girl, Gwen, I think her name is, still not woken up. I don't even know what she was doing down in the prison, but she was found there after having fainted. Today I finally procured that book I have long searched for. I am quite certain that none of the recipes in it work, or that they might even be detrimental to one's health. But it's an interesting document on medicinal history nonetheless. The wording is sometimes odd, which reminds me of a belief among the pre-pagan tribes that used to inhabit the ground on which the city was later built. They believed that one died if not looked at, so they used to paint open eyes on their eyelids or the walls of their huts, so as not to inadvertently kill anyone. When someone died, the whole tribe used to gather around and stare at the dead body in the hopes of reviving it. This belief was later abandoned, but lived on in their language as a figure of speech. Gavin was here to have his lungs checked. He's been coughing badly, but no blood yet, which is a good sign. I kept him overnight to see if a change in climate would help. The next day he said he felt much better. He seemed to be more of his old self again, and while I examined him, he went on a bit about a story he had read about traveling forward in time. I told him it's called living, but he just shook his head and didn't mention it again. The next evening I saw him sitting with Gwen, who still hasn't woken up. I will need to find a way to feed her lest she starve to death. I've contacted my colleagues on the mainland, but no answer yet. I may have found a volunteer to try out the eyesight potion. If it works out, I will test it on myself next. Eyesight potion, interesting. Gavin has been sitting with Gwen every evening now, just holding her hand and talking softly to her about daily events. I don't know what good it does, but he seems keen on continuing. The carpenter contacted me today and wanted me to teach him how to read and write. I told him no, but maybe my wife would be willing. She used to work as a governess before she quit and came to work for me as a nurse. I'll ask her tomorrow. Interesting. Here are 2 empty vials. We're going to need 3 more. I'm not going to take those, though.
Hello?
You don't want to mess with me, Tafferboy.
I'm not sure if I've ever seen anybody come in here, ever.
Hello? Nothing there. Weird.
That is the strangest thing. I've been in here so many times, I've never ever seen that. Okay. Well, does that technically mean that we don't need to pick up the master key? I don't think so, because the master key works on other keys, on other doors too. That's odd. Okay. Let's see. We need to... Is there anything else in here? I don't think those... Yeah. No. We're gonna take that. Come on. Yeah. We're gonna take these spectacles. $24.98. We are going to flip that. And that reveals a safe. So in here we're going to take 1, 2, 3 more vials. Take a purse, and there's a breath potion and another ink bottle in here, which we do not need. We're going to take this recipe book though. Now you can drop back, but I'm going to keep it. You do not need to pick it up for Supreme, you just need to read it. We're going to read it right now. Forward. This is a collection of recipes for potions of various uses. Some are old, while others are very old. The original sources have all been lost in the mists of time. No one in our modern era is known to have tried these recipes. Let this be a warning, if you will. Note that while blessed water and holy water are technically the same thing, the former must be blessed a second time for it to be of direct use. The latter, on the other hand, cannot be mixed with other fluids. A bit awkward, one might say, but such are the matters at hand. Just a second here. Yeah, I just wanted to check, because for Supreme you would need 2 empty vials, not 4. The other one is just to show you guys some of the extra endings. Yep. Note that while blessed water and holy water are technically the same thing, the former must be blessed a second time for it to be of direct use. The latter, on the other hand, cannot be mixed with other fluids. A bit awkward, one might say, but such are the matters at hand. Did I just read that? I probably did. Potion of Extended Vision. This is super important for us. To see more of the things around you, mix in equal parts the blood of a dead rat, which we have, together with water from a blessed source, and swallow the resulting mixture. So we have to find holy water of some sort, mix it with the blood of the dead rat, which we have, and then drink it to get enhanced or extended vision. The 2 liquids tend to react violently when mixed, so wait for the reaction to finish before drinking. The effects last for 1 day and 1 night. When it eventually wears off, you will immediately fall asleep. Crystal of No Bonds. Mix the blood of a dead rat with the burnt remains of your target, or, if that is not available, a close relative, and dip a water crystal in the resulting mixture. The water crystal changes color to a deep red or purple. Throw the crystal at your target, which will then inhale the fumes and supposedly be freed of all bonds. Also works when target is contained. Okay, so that's interesting. See. So that we are going to do as well. Crystal of No Bonds we are going to do. Oh, sorry. I will explain what that does later. Crystal of Demon Unseen. Mix the water from Blessed Source with the burnt remains of your target, or if that is not available, a close relative, and dip the water crystal in the resulting mixture. The water crystal changes color to a light blue. Throw the crystal at your target, which will then inhale the fumes and become unseen. If the target is contained, the prepared crystal has no effect. So that is not something we are going to do. This will create something called ash arrows, which you can use, and I will tell you when it would be applicable to use it, but I'm not going to do it because it just works like any other arrow, and it can be used to damage something that I will also show you later on. So we are going to hang on to that book just for reference so we can look at it later. Good here. Here. Go away, I need my sleep. Borin. And somebody has put a G there, so it's boring. It's a door that we can't open. Well. Let's go out here and see if we can find another way into it. Let me see here. yeah. Here's an archer. Food bag.
Gotta get home.
Arrows.
Clothes and dishes.
Hide around here. Took 3 coins there. Total 2613. And we took his arrows as well. There. Okay. Here, let me show you guys something. This is not something that we can do.
I heard that. Show yourself. I'm not kidding around.
So you can get in here without alerting him if he is stationed at the other end of his patrol here.
Just wait till I find you.
Do this enough times. It will open. I'm gonna give it a save here, like a test save that we don't really need. I don't care if I'm
Come
seen
out
right.
here now! I'm not kidding!
See.
This is your last chance. Step
If
out
you mantle in here,
I won't hurt
it gets
you.
an area that there's no way you can get to in any other way. That, of course, that's property damage. To bash open a door, you can use a fire arrow if you want to. So this is not something we can do for any ghost mode. If you get in here, you can open this panel, and you get to one of several areas that have items you need to find the pirate treasure. So in here there is a pair of coins that we have to skip for all ghost modes. So that's 20 that we have to skip. We have already skipped the 15 in the compost. So we've skipped 35 so far. There's also a pirate key part. There are 3 of those. You need all 3 to access the pirate treasure, and this pirate key part cannot be taken then for any ghost mode. Which means that this pirate treasure is not accessible for ghosts, and that is very sad because there's, I think, over 1,500 loot in that area, and it's an optional objective. So that unfortunately can't be taken. And here we have A Pirate's Tale Part 2. I think there's 4 or 5 of those parts. I took these islands as my nest and named them after myself. My men seemed happy to stay for a while, so we did, and meanwhile I prepared my treasure chamber right at the heart of the main island. It's easiest to get there during high tide, but it's only at low tide that one might spot the entrance. Those electric worms are a pain, but will serve as extra protection during high tide. The dreams have turned strange lately. It's like I'm waking up inside someone who is sleeping, and the once helpful visions are now frightening. Okay, so we're going to reload there and skip that. I will show you the treasure, though. I have a save for that. Now, the reason I went up here now is because...
Hey, who was that?
That's not what I meant to do. Maybe I can go down on the table. Or no, on the bed. Yeah. Okay. So we are now in Borin's room. That's why we couldn't get out, because it's blocked by a table. He wants to sleep, apparently. This is 53 Master Key. That opens also quite a few doors, but not as many as the main Master Key, I think. So this is redundant for us to take, but I want to get the pickpocket for it. That is number 14, I think. Okay. And this is what's called Trickster's Breath. And that has absolutely no use anywhere in the mission. At least not that I know of. I think it's almost like a drug reference. Maybe that's what he takes when he needs to sleep properly, I'm not sure. But then there also is a couple of things in here. The guard on patrol, one of those generic types named Benny, Sonny, Connie, or whatever, has been talking to Gwen. Knows he not his place? She outclasses him by far, as do I. Does he really think he stands a chance against me? I'm into poets, of which he probably never heard. Will these troglodytes ever learn how to spell? My name is B-O-R-I-N, Borin. Starting an anthology on prison poetry. The title will be Words from Within the Walls, a collection of cell wall scribblings. My publisher was of course excited and thought it was a splendid idea, but unfortunately he could not give me the advance for which I asked, so I had to step down among these commoners, about which I have lately heard so little, to get the necessary funds for the research required. This is so below me, but my fellow patricians will much appreciate this sacrifice of mine. Few may know it, but the finer the facades, the cruder the pleasures hiding behind them. They would most likely be disgusted by those lower elements of society about which they fantasize, if they ever dared mixing with them. But with the right choice of words, disgust is easily turned into delight. I paint them the picture they desire, not the ones they deserve. I've already collected a lot of raw material for my book. I asked the generics to let me visit each cell as it switched inhabitants, and while the upper levels were easily accessible, they told me the lower ones were off limits, and would not let me down there no matter how much extra sausage I offered them. Such simple minds know not how to appreciate art unless it comes in the form of food, and even then they manage to vulgarize it. I must admit, though, to being somewhat entertained watching their dog-like minds struggle with the choice between duty and indulgence. Today I prowled my way into the forbidden parts of the prison. On my way out, the gates had been closed, and I would surely have been trapped if it were not for the crate I had placed in the doorway, giving me enough room to squeeze through. I did not see any of the dangers of which the generics had spoken, but I found something of which I knew my audience would love to read. It seems like someone had gone certifiably insane down there, in the damp and the darkness, lit only by deadly streams of lava. And the scribblings in one cell were extraordinary. There must have been a shortage of ink, because most, if not all of it, was written in blood, the inhabitants' own, I presume. Other than the poetry, the walls were covered in different variations of a symbol of unknown origin. If I can learn its true origin, it could make for a good story. I also need to learn who the cell's inhabitant was at the time. Why and when was he sent there? When did he go mad? Relatives? The inhabitant was most likely male, judging from the content of his scribblings. His name should be recorded somewhere, either here or in the Hammer archives. However, if the scribblings are from the pirate era, any information was probably lost a long time ago. So here's a poem. A future red. Enters a man in dark shrouds, the underground bloodstream invaded. 3 gifts of red lend color to the grounded clouds, and you shall see the vessel converted. Bathe your bride in sanguine tomb, to prepare her fleshy attire, drop vessel red and quietus womb, to access her world entire. Find the door and enter her domain, to leave behind the world's dolor. Wait for her as she feeds on former pain, and crowns you in golden color. With each crown you two are wed, to the eternal bliss of worlds beyond. Finally lay her down in marital bed, to forever seal the bond. This is actually a hint to one of the endings. I think probably the coolest ending. But yeah, it's very cryptic, but we'll explain it later. I admit the meter is a bit off, but what can one expect from someone who supposedly was quite non-compos mentis when writing it? Symbols. I was just about to copy the symbols when I saw quite the abomination and froze. The next thing I knew, I was back up here. I was granted access to the Hammer's archive when on shore leave, but I couldn't find any information about the symbols or the mysterious inhabitant of Cell 534. There were books the Hammers didn't let me handle, though, so maybe a late-night visit is in order. Or I could hire that Garrett type, who everyone says is the best. If he ever gets out of here, that is, which I doubt. He's probably just some small-time lowlife with a mouth bigger than his skill and a reputation built from one big heist, accidentally successful, where he, for one, did not get caught. I would really hate to get trapped down there, so I hesitate to ever return. But maybe I can convince someone else to do it for me. The Warden complains about me not being available at night, but after what happened to Gwen, I dare venture outside only during daylight, especially not without my lantern. I almost feel bad for her, but it was for a good cause. I'm back on the mainland again. This time I had proper credentials from the Hammerite High Council. My publisher had to pull a few strings to produce them for me, but I can finally say it. Into thine own countenance, brother librarian. It's an intriguing story. There was once a group getting banned from the Order after having taught lectures from certain forbidden books, which were said to have been written by pagans and Hammers alike in an attempt to meld the two together. The symbols I found are of very early Hammer origin, but also of pagan origin. Although Brother Librarian was a bit vague on the subject of the pagans' involvement, he seemed reluctant to talk about them altogether. The first symbol is indeed the symbol of the heart. The second symbol, which is simply the first one overturned, represent the mind, while the meaning of the third is easy to guess now that I know its mixed origin. The fourth symbol still eludes me, but whenever I look at it, I get the sensation of a woman's humming so beautiful it almost hurts, but very faint, as if heard from afar. It must surely be my imagination running wild. So we're going to keep this with us as well. Not that it's necessary for Supreme, but we will reference that a little bit later. Okay. In here you also have... No, what did I do now? That wasn't necessary. Stack of silver coins is what we're going to take. Okay, let's read these crumpled notes. I sought my heart and found it inside my own chest, but I did not like the sound of it pounding. Enter in subterranean darkness, filled with the everlasting malice. Lift the eternal shrouds. 3 gifts red shall paint the grounded clouds. Bane domain, pain reign, insane gain. Find the door and enter her domain, to leave behind the world's pain. Okay. So we are going to do something right now. We are going to make a real save here. And I am going to knock him out. Move that out of the way. We can open this. Now I'm just going to show you something, really. It's not something I'm going to do, but something that is a little bit cool. And it also gives me an opportunity to show you the lower part of the prison. So we're going to go back here now. So if you're only interested in sort of the main run, you don't have to watch this, but it's going to reveal something quite... Let's go in here. We haven't been in here. This is a bathroom.
Hello?
I don't care about busts right now, but I don't want to sort of create havoc either. Can someone do something about these damn mosquitoes? My arse has been itching for a week now, and I can't even sit properly. Well, maybe if you could learn to close the lid when you're done. Taff off. How about you learning not to miss when you beshite your precious breeches? We would all appreciate that. Oh yeah, at least I didn't miss your mother last night. None of us did. Probably referring to that. Somebody left the lid open, right? The other lids are closed. Okay. So we are going to head up here. This is a vent we're going to use several times, and you need the ventilation shaft key to do that. Let's see. Let's actually first turn on the lantern. Actually, we can't jump up there. I remember that. So we have to do this. There, let's head through like this. Let's see. Go through here. Let me see real quick. Yeah, this is the right way. Let's see. Now you can hear them. There we go. I walked through these vent shafts so many times that I kind of know them by heart right now. So now we're actually going all the way down to the bottom prison level again. And we are going to open this, and that we can do now because we have the Hand of Glory. So that you do not by, you just got to use it, like,
Now open lock to the dead man's knock.
and then it unlocks. It saw me there, that's annoying.
Now open lock to the dead man's knock.
We're going to bring Borin in with us. Here it's dark. There. Let's get some light going here. Let's actually close the door too so he doesn't see us. This is the tomb that he talked about. So here there are some cells. Control room in here. My fleshy attire for her aghast or a cast. Some kind of smoke here. Now, I am going to show you guys what probably, in my opinion, is the scariest and freakiest thing I've ever seen in any fan mission. And that is up through here. The first time I saw this, I had to turn off the game, and I didn't want to play it again for a few hours. So I'm going to go up the stairs here, open the door, and here. This thing here, is, I suppose, the same zombie that is walking through the prison levels above. But it is the absolute freakiest thing I've ever seen in my life. And I'm going to turn on the light now. Let me first show you. Here's another copy of the 53 Master Key. And these are the... Let me save it there. I'm going to turn on the lantern so that she sees us. I don't want to do this right now, but I'm going to do it. I don't know if you can tell by my voice that I'm freaked out. She will see us and she will walk towards us, and she has the freakiest walk I've ever seen. There. Look at this. This is just... oh my gosh. Look at this thing. So she acts like a zombie, so you can sort of manipulate her in that way. So she will hit us like a normal zombie, but the way that her body moves. Yeah, I'm sorry guys. I'm not gonna do that anymore. The first time I was down here discovering her, it was just I literally did not want to play Thief the rest of that night. So there's something about not hearing her footsteps and her twisted, weird moving body that just totally turns me off. Okay. So now they're all closed. Okay. So we need to have them open then. Now, there is a piece of loot actually behind her to the right of where she's standing, but we can't take that because she'll see us the instant we go through that doorway. We can take it a different way though. So we'll do that a little bit later. Let's look at these cells here. This is the cell that he was talking about, Borin, in his diary. And this is the symbol. So this bottom here section has all the symbols. I'm just afraid that she heard us. She'll come down here. I don't think so. This is the symbol that you can see. It's sort of an upside down R. There's the right way up, but that is the proper symbol. So this is the room that he talked about he did not want to go back to, so... if we do him a favor and put him in there. That is actually a new objective. Bonus. Borin's worst fear just got real. So I don't know if anybody managed to discover that objective on their own. I read it in a walkthrough, but I think it's cool when there are hidden things that nobody's found. I don't think there is anything in the other cells here. We can take a look. Seems like somebody has been in here before. Yeah. There we go. So now you've seen what's in here. So we are going to reload that. Literally my heart is still pumping from that woman. So I think she's supposed to be sort of an incarnation of one of the characters that we will learn about later. Talk about that then. I think it was Borin that woke up earlier and heard us. We were too loud. Sit in here and go into the next room. This is actually Gwen's room. She's a maid. The woman that is sleeping permanently in the sick room. So let's take a look here. So we have to pick the lock on this because it has loot in it. Stack of silver coins, total 2701. Yep, that's correct. I tried to make Gavin kiss me today, but he hugged me instead. I know I'm not that ugly, so he's obviously an idiot. Okay. How come Esther is getting all the fun when I'm getting none at all? Sure, hugging is nice, I guess, but I'm a woman. Damn it, not a teddy bear. Notes. At first, I was impressed by how smart Borin is, but he can be such a bore at times with his constant lectures and attempts at witticisms at the expense of others. Why must he be such a pompous rear all the time? Calling the guards generics isn't very nice. It's not even funny. And how come he got the better room when I've been here longer? I chatted a little with the guard on patrol today. His name is Carl, by the way. He's a really nice fellow, a bit undereducated, of course, but nice. I expected him to be crude and vulgar, as I've seen him be in the company of the other guards, but he was actually quite pleasant to be around. A lot warmer than Borin can ever be hoped to be. He spoke lovingly about the missus back home and his daughters, whom he misses a lot. All 4, wow, of them. Then there's a couple of note pages here that are empty. Let's see. Okay, so I think we're going to make a real save here. Not sure if I'm safe here, but we're gonna head downstairs now.
Hello?
Was not. Wait for him to pass. So yeah, we are now done, actually, with the entire eastern section of the main building. We only have the laundry kitchen and the western basement left, and there isn't really that much going on there compared to this side. And then, of course, we have the outside left, we have the water left, and we have the western island. So, lots and lots of things to do. Actually head through this door, which should respond to the main master key. Again, it's super dark here, so I know there is hear somebody sleeping. I don't think any key responds, or this door responds to any key, no. This is Gavin. He has a key here to his door, so for Supreme it requires relocking the door, so we have to take that Gavin's quarters. He has some loot. I think he has 3 stacks. 2, 3. A couple of hidden ones underneath. This one is empty. And then there's his diary. I need to take care of the latest stiff and prepare it for cremation. It's just a prisoner, though, so what's the hurry? I'll talk to Thomas tomorrow. The stiff didn't really explode, by the way, like I was told when they sent for me, but it certainly looked like it had when I came to fetch the remains. I thought I heard Jim outside. He's got such a manly voice. I wonder what he's doing at this time of night. Shouldn't he be off to his shift by now? If he weren't such a rude person, I wouldn't mind tucking him in. Not that the times are right for such, but anyway. I'm such a poltroon. Gwen tried to kiss me today, but I kind of panicked and hugged her instead. Our conversation got pretty awkward after that. It's not that she is not attractive. I mean, I really like her, and she's got a lovely figure too, but can't the kissing wait? Maybe she needs more confirmation. I could ask Thomas for some love advice, but I think he's even more clueless than I am. His relation with Esther seems to be progressing fine, though, but I think that's mostly her doing. And now they're getting engaged. Wow. I need to get them something. I hope they invite me, but why wouldn't they? I'm the best at gatherings like these. Oh no, the doctor says Gwen isn't waking up. What if it's my fault? I know it sounds silly, but maybe she'll wake up if I kiss her. But I haven't worked up the courage yet. It feels weird to kiss someone who isn't really there. So I guess this is sort of the official coroner. There is a cremation area that we will take a look at later on. Or crematory. Okay, we need this guy's arrows. And there's another one, an archer up here. This is the Western Island right here. Where is he? There's also a food bag here.
Something moved there. Hey!
Got a little bit quicker, but when he is stationed still, he doesn't actually alert. Good. That should have been the 16th pickpocket. I am just going to check if that is the case. 16, perfect. So then we're on track with that. Now we need to head into the kitchen. And I can't 100% remember where we... Yeah, this is it. This is the kitchen indeed. Good. The one thing I do miss in this mission is some kind of background music or ambiance besides just the environmental sounds. It makes it a little bit more interesting if you have sort of an audible way to identify each section in the mission. At least I enjoy that a lot, but it doesn't have that at any point. I like these. I don't know if I've seen these before. This is a part of stock Thief 2. It's kind of statue on the legs of the table. Maybe that's just something he made customarily. So in here is the kitchen. So you guys can see we're now in the kitchen area. There are two maids in the kitchen area. Up here, though, is sort of not a secret, but it's a kind of a bedroom that's difficult to get to. I got stuck for some reason. There we go. This is some kind of a bum shack, and he has blocked the door. But there is a letter here. You are hereby invited to join me on my visit to Carl and Bertha. There is someone I want you to meet, Esther. What size shoe do you take? So this one you can't see from the outside, but it gives you a little hum just like it did in Borin's room. There are some... Fix that lever already, Jim. How many times do I have to tell you to fix that lever, Jim? The lever in the lift engine room is broken. By the way, do you guys pronounce it as a lever or lever? I don't know. I used this word to my wife the other day, and she laughed at me when I said it as lever. She was used to hearing it as lever and has never said it in any other way, so I don't know. I can't remember if I told her that I had heard it in Thief, but... Anyway, here are two more Burrick Bees. Those are the last two. I think there's 6 in the mission. And here's a wooden statue that is worth 7. Total 27, 23. And then there is also 2 stacks of copper coins here, 27, 33. Can't remember if we can actually drop down here. Let's do that then. There we go. So here, you actually are now moving east. So this takes you back to... Oh, this actually takes you another way into the kitchen. We're not going to go there now, but we're going to take a different route. I think we actually have to... Yeah, there's nothing in here. We have to...
Who was that there?
I have to head up the ladder that you saw right there. And that can be a little bit difficult.
Is someone over there?
There. She has a kitchen master key that we actually need. That's a necessary key to pick up. That's her 17th pickpocket. Okay. This is then their bedroom area, and up here there are quite a few readables. Here's one. Ever since the new prisoner arrived, I've heard terrifying stories from the guards about people exploding and taff-all down on the prison. Exploding? Nope, I'm out of here. Thomas talked me into staying. The pay is too good to pass up. Oh well. I've been acting all silly today. I overheard 2 of the guards saying that my Thomas had bought a ring during his shore leave. I'm so excited. Thomas showed me his code machine yesterday. He said it was really hard to use, but it didn't seem that hard to me. Just put in the correct code, press the send button, and wait for an answer. He was so proud, and I didn't have to have the heart to not pretend to be impressed. He's so cute when he's like that, but he made me promise not to tell anyone how the machine works, because they could ruin it. And he refuses to write a proper manual. Sometimes it worries me how stubborn he can be. Hey, that wasn't so hard. Just add a lot of adjectives, one-dimensional characters, some bad metaphors, similes, and a bit of suggestive bedroom scenery, and voila, you got yourself a best-selling melodrama of highest quality. I should be able to sell these stories, and then maybe I can quit this job and get started on a real novel. I did some research on preparing and handling a Hand of Glory, that it said that it borrows its personality from its previous owner, so it might not always do what it's told. So for each door, use a Hand of Glory. Using a Hand of Glory can be a gamble, but once you've learned its personality, you'll find that it's quite consistent, unless the lock has been prepped, of course. The spoken part of it can also attract unwanted attention if the thief is not careful. Luckily, I don't need that level of realism in my story. The will of a lousy horse beater doesn't amount to much, and everyone is sleeping anyway, so they can't hear a thing. I hid my other notebook so no one steals my ideas. Borin let me read some of his ongoing work today. Gwen thinks he's just an arrogant byblow, but I think he's great. I wish I could one day be as good a writer as he is. Sophia's still sleeping, and I should get down and get the oven started, but meh, it can wait. I'm too tired. Wow, Thomas and I kissed today. We were up in the lighthouse and admired the view. On a sunny day you can see as far as the southern islands. My heart were like skipping a beat when he held me. It was a whole new sensation I've never felt before. I don't think he got my reference, though. Maybe he doesn't even know what a banana is. Well, that makes my gift to him for our anniversary even better. The infamous Captain Goldthigh was apparently imprisoned here when the Hammers were running the place. According to legend, she always carried with her a golden cane, shaped like a thigh bone, but no one ever found it. The Hammers tried their best to make her talk, but she took her secrets with her when she died. What if I could find that golden bone? Where everyone else has failed, I will prevail. Finding it would definitely give Thomas and me a good start. Captain Goldthigh's remains should still be here somewhere, and the old bones can hopefully give me a pointer on what to do next. Gwen told me she had overheard the Warden and the visiting Hammer High Priest talking one night, saying there were probably lots of forgotten rooms and hiding places in the prison, because it not only has been rebuilt a few times, but was also built on top of even older structures. The guard keep commenting on my appearance. I can handle that as long as they keep their hands off, which they do except that idiot Jim, but he is in for a surprise today. I peed in his water bottle before handing out tonight's food packages. Not the full bottle, though, but just enough to give the water a long aftertaste. Let's see how he likes that. That is disgusting. Carl is nice, though. His daughters are my age, and we always meet up when I'm off to the mainland. Carl's wife, Bertha, is a great cook and nice, too, except that she has a habit of pinching my cheek when we meet and shaking her head. Her daughters all have real childbearing hips, just like her, so maybe she worries about me being too thin. I haven't dared telling Thomas yet, but I'm not sure I ever want to bear children. It's not like I hate the little boogers, but my passion is cooking and I don't want to give that up. I can't find the seeds I borrowed from my date with Thomas. Sophia would kill me if she knew I took them. I think I know where I left them, though. I'll fetch them when I get the time. The darkness is almost unnatural, and even when the sun rises, it's as if it still lingers in the corners. I like the carpenter. He said my story was the best he'd ever read. He also carves the most amazing sculptures out of driftwood. Okay, so that was the carpenter we just looted up that window. One pictured a dog playing with the ball, and I knew my mother would just love it, so I gave him a few coins for it. My mother always wanted a dog, but her severe sneezing whenever near one made it impossible. Anyway, I should introduce him to Eve. They would make a perfect couple, and Bertha would adore his rough charm. If only he could wash his feet a little more often. I'll have to give him a pair of shoes before I invite him with me next time I visit Carl and Bertha. The captain didn't believe me when I told him about the hand. Well, I'll show him. I'm going to paint a few doors myself tonight, and then I can show him tomorrow. Okay, there is another fictional book back here. I'm not going to read that because it has no bearing on the story. But at least you guys can read it if you want to. It's just lore, essentially.
Oh, the air is getting so filthy.
There you go. Here's another diary. Weird. I found a small piece of gold when doing the dishes yesterday. It kind of looked like a large tooth. Maybe one of the guards chewed it off on the hard bread. My maid had forgotten to start the oven in time, so all we had was the hard bread. But is it really that hard? I remember old Derek had pretty big teeth. Maybe it was his. Darn it, now I'm crying. But I miss him. Why did he always have to be such a daredevil? Those undercurrents the Warden is so proud about, as if, took him, but I guess he died as he lived. Anyway, I was going to put that gold aside, but I dropped it in the sink, and before I knew it, it was gone. Oh well. So that's actually the piece of loot that we took in the sewers. In the old part of the sewers, because it comes out one of the drains from the ceiling. I had the weirdest dream last night. I'd caught a dolphin and was trying to cook it by holding it with my bare hands over a dozen candles. Then the dolphin thanked me for all the fish and disappeared. But the candles were still there, and in the distance I could see a coffin. When I got closer, I saw myself looking back at me through a hole in the lid. I know I'm getting older, but I'm not ready to die just yet. Tom offered to guard the food storage. Haha, yeah, I bet he would like that. The door is already locked, but my maid told me about that disgusting thing the guards found. So I pressed the door as well in case they decide to get smart. So, the hole through the lid of the coffin is actually a small hint to something we can do a little bit later. Okay, there is a secret in here, I know. I think it's... Here it is. Here's a purse. Worth 47. Total 27.80. And there's a readable called Elemental Gems. I bought this map from a man in the streets. He smelled weird, and Esther thinks I got duped. But I'll show her. Those elemental gems the man talked about will be mine. She may be old and grey, but this Beldam ain't dead yet. I'm not sure what Beldam is. It's supposed to be Bedlam? Beldam? So here you have 4 elemental gems. Water, fire, air, and earth. And that triggers a new objective. Find the 4 elemental gems. I don't think... Yeah, they didn't do anything to this map. But the map that we just read is actually the same outline as this island, which is the Western Island, which shows that all those elemental gems can be found on that island there. That's what I was trying to tell you. We can drop this back. We don't need it. And we can't close this back up. Okay, in the ovens here, there are a couple of loaves of bread if you want it. And we can read recipe guard's lunch. 1 loaf of bread, 1 piece of cheese, 2 pickled cucumbers, 1 sausage, 1 apple, 1 bottle of water. Let's see. Over here is a thick rag. You can take that. I'm not going to. And there is, I believe, a water arrow in the sink. Yeah, there is. How many do we have of those? Okay, I think we do need 3. Don't we? Let me double check.
Oh, the air is getting so filthy lately.
We do indeed need 3.
Hello?
Oh, he did see me there. Let me just check something, because I should have... I thought I was going to take those earlier. We didn't use one. Let's see. Yeah, we do need 3. And that's not just for optional stuff I'm going to show you. That is actually for our... Yep, we do need 3. Okay, we're now going to head downstairs. Oh. Yeah, and I might have told you earlier, but you need 2 empty vials for the Supreme run. To be as clean Supreme as possible. Now, they have marked some of the doors with the red blood here. When I played the mission the first time, I thought that meant those doors could be open with the Hand of Glory. I'm going to see here.
Now open lock to the dead man's knock.
That is not the case. The hints just pointed in that direction, I felt, but that's not true. So anyway, this door here opens to the kitchen master. In here there's a bunch of food, but what we primarily need is a bottle of wine and 2 bags of spice. And back here you have the cold storage. I don't think there's anything but food back here either. There we go. Alright, here is the workshop. Now let me check something as well, because we do need... We do need a total of 3 rat's blood. Right? Let me just double check this. I'm pretty sure we do. So we have 3 now. We have 1 empty vial left. That's what we're going to have. And those 3 rat's blood, 1 we need to use soon. 1 we're just going to keep like that. We're going to use it for a ritual later. And then 1 we're going to turn into what's called blood ash. Yep, so that matches. Okay. In here you have a couple of items that are useful for some things that I'm going to let you know of later. I'm not going to take them. This is brazen built. And that you can actually use to make a hole in a coffin that we're going to use to travel to the Western Island. So that's what the hint was just revealing to us. You can see through the hole to sort of navigate where you are. I think it's completely pointless because you can't really see much through the hole. But anyway, that's what you use it for. This is a chisel, and that you can also use for something that I will show you later. Putty knife it's called, but it's, I guess, a similar thing. Okay.
What's that?
Here's a food bag. This is to the elevator in the... This is to this elevator right here, which currently is on the 2nd floor. And we saw this area somewhat from above earlier. He doesn't have any pickpockets, luckily. See, I'm a little bit unsure of where I'm going to go here. This is a storage room that has nothing of interest. Here you have a little furnace place, I guess. Oh yeah, can we go up here? Yeah. So up here in the furnace you have 2 fire arrows, if you want that. And this takes you back outside to where we were earlier, so we don't need to go there. Let's see. I'm a little bit turned around right now, so I don't really know where to go. This part of the map here is the most confusing area to me. This is sort of a water basin area. Here's a water arrow. No, not here. Now we're on the western side outside. This is where we were earlier too. Okay, now I know where I am. In this room here, there are 2 more maids. Now, this is an area you cannot get into for Supreme. I'm going to take this because I'm going to maximize loot for Ghost for this run. The Kitchen Master does not work on this door, and we have to pick it. Now, you heard an alert? That's actually not an alert from these 2 women here. It's an alert from one of the women in the kitchen upstairs, believe it or not. But we're going to do that because we need to pick the woman's pocket. There's a purse worth 17. We also need to take the laundry quarters key in order to relock this door. And we can't put the key back, so we're good. But you don't really need to relock it because you can't go in there for Supreme anyway. Alright, now we need to head outside. And get one more pickpocket. Not this way. Now I'm unsure of where I'm supposed to go. There's one more pickpocket before we will actually go all the way down again. So this is where we're supposed to go, I guess. Yeah, okay. Supposed to head south. This is the Lighthouse. It's not too long until we're going to cover that. Head over here. Okay, let's go ahead and make a real save. We're going to take the archers. The archer's arrow up here. I need to use a vine arrow for that. That we can't do. I think we have to... do that.
You don't want to miss.
Oh. I have to jump when he has gone to the other side then. See, now he's there.
Oh, it's so wet around here. New pair of boots and getting some money. Can't ever find find anything.
You're going down!
Let's see. Let's climb back down and wait for him to go back to that position so that we can take the arrow. I think we can reach it from the gutter. So that was the 19th pickpocket out of 27. Good. Now we're all the way back here. In the east basement. So now we're done in the western section too. Inside, that's probably my least favorite area. Alright, so now we're going to go this way. Show you this. This is actually the exit from the prison, the third and last exit that I haven't shown you yet. You can go through here, I think, though there is a camera right above us, so it's not desirable at all. We can take this guy's arrows. So I'll show you that exit from the other side a little bit later. We're instead going to head in here. This is sort of a prayer room. And there are 4 coins, total 29.47. And then behind the hammer is a secret. And here's a holy water font, and this is very, very important. Make a real save. So now we're going to do a couple of things here. First, I'm going to use one of the rat's blood to make holy blood. And holy blood is actually the potion of extended vision. Because here it says, this we read earlier, mix in equal parts the blood of a dead rat together with water from a blessed source. That's what we just did here. And that will grant us the ability to see things that we haven't been able to see before. I'm not sure, I don't think you actually have to do that to finish the mission. But for our ghost run we have to. Because if we don't do this, we have to alert several guards to hunt mode later on. I'll show you all that too. So I didn't think that we needed to, because it is a supreme boss to drink a potion. But we are going to do that right now. We are going to drink the holy blood. So that triggers then a script that makes several glyphs actually around the mission visible. And even before you drink this, though they are supposed to be invisible, you can't use them. You can only use them now. What we are also going to do is we are going to make holy ink. So that is not necessary to do for Supreme, because that's involved in a ritual that we are not going to do. But it is one of the alternate endings that I'll show you. So I want to bring that along right here. So that's all we need to do. You can also use an empty vial and just get blessed water here, so that you can use blessed water on other things later. We don't need to do that. So now we actually have some areas around the mission available to us that we didn't have before. Now we're actually going to head back into the prison. This is the last time we'll visit the... No, it's not really, but it's the last time we have to visit the prison. There's some things we have to do still here. So this is the absolute best way to get in and out of the prison from the upper levels, I've found. See, we got to turn on our lantern. Let me see. Okay, we are going to head out this way. Now we're back in the prison, actually pretty close to where we started. Right here. And now we're going to open the cell that was revealed on the forehead of that zombie woman that we saw in the security cameras. That we can hear walking around the prison now, but we can't see her. I'm also thinking, could that zombie woman be sort of an incarnation of Captain Goldthigh?
Thought.
I don't think so. I think it is more a character that we're gonna... Because Captain Goldthigh is a woman, I believe. Okay, so this is cell block 1. We're on level 1. We are going to open cell 3, which is the one right there. Now we can do actually from the outside. But it's a little bit difficult because we have to... Oh,
Something I could do with this serve.
because we have to blind fob it through the window. Or through the grated window. It's not like an exploit or anything, but...
We know what's going on. Never include anything.
There we go. That was a lucky shot. Okay. So this piece of loot here, you can also not take for Supreme. It's worth 225. I'll show you.
These fancy gadgets
Because
around
the
here.
only way we can
Is
go
that you?
A mug of
is
coffee.
along this wall. It's the only way you can go for Ghost, not to get a bust. But we have to take a first alert here
Oh, it's so wet around here.
until you get here. So that little portion there, you can't get through
Nothing,
that
I guess.
for Supreme.
Oh, well.
So if you don't watch the security camera, you will not be able to have these be probable. This has nothing to do with the holy blood that we drank, by the way.
I've had enough. That's it. That's what I'm gonna do.
There. That's as much as you need to do, and you can't put him back. You can only push this further, so that's what you need to do. And now here, you see something that is blocked. In this cell, you have a moss arrow, and then you have the remains. Forgotten, it says here. Excuse me. So forgotten. So this is the forgotten tomb of the pirate. And here is the pirate's remains on the ground and in the ceiling. And here is the golden thigh. That is the secret. So that's total 3172. That's worth 225. And now these bones disappear. Up here. She's been walled in apparently. Now this grate fell out, and now we can actually access the vent here. Which is what we are going to do. We're not going to go out this way. We have to close the door to the cell. I want to do that for Supreme. I want to be as Supreme as I can. Down here. Up here. And here is an area that we haven't seen before. This is a treasure map. The other one doesn't know about this map. I should hide it before she finds out. She is the paranoid one and doesn't want anyone to know our story. But I am the real Sedney, and I say they must read it. I am in charge now, but I don't know for how long. I can feel her anger growing inside me. So these 4 spots right here are the 4 areas for the pirate treasure. 3 of these spots is where you can access the parts to the key for the pirate treasure. And one of them is where the actual treasure is found. So the pirate treasure is found here, I believe. I showed you guys one of those pirate keys already. And that is this one right here. There's also one key or part to the key in the lighthouse, and there's one in a cave accessible through an underwater area right here. So I'm going to drop this back. We don't need it. And it doesn't add to our map, I think. No, it doesn't. But anyway. Let's see. Is this the area that we need to go to? Yeah. I wanted to come back here because I wanted to go... Oh. I want to go close the cell. We can do it here. There we go.
I should have joined the army.
Back down here then. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah. Okay. So we're now going to go... There we are. So now we are headed all the way back to the bottom level again. Let's see. So what we now have to do, we have to go back in here because there are 2 pieces of loot that we have to get by going through that door there, that doorway. You're not supposed to sort of go in there. You're supposed to be able to see it from here. So let's see here. That's good. We need 2 vine arrows for this. I've not been able to do it with 1. Here. The reason we need 2 is I have not been able to get onto this vine from this level. So what we have to do is actually use the second vine here. I don't want that clang there. That's just not good. Don't want that either. Because the zombie is right below us now. She is through that doorway, so she doesn't make any noise, which is bad. So I can't tell if she's alerted or not, so that's not good. I don't know why I'm not able to get up here. Okay, she didn't hear that for sure. So I'm gonna save it here. It's a little bit risky, but wait. Okay. We totally could have done this with one vine arrow. Because we could just use it directly from the top level there. See if this actually works here. I don't think I ever tried that. I just automatically sort of, let me, if I take this one. Yeah. We can totally do that. And then we can just jump back onto it from here. That should work. Okay. So then, yeah, you only need one vine arrow. So then we sort of took a supreme bust there by picking up a second vine arrow accidentally. I thought I was going to use it. But we don't. Okay. I don't think that there's anywhere else we need a second vine arrow then. So now we come into the zombie from behind here. So then she doesn't see us, and we can grab a purse here. The purse is worth 42, total 32.14. And now you can see the first glyph, because we drank the holy blood, is up here. So you can't see it even if it doesn't highlight. So now it doesn't highlight, but you can still see it there. You can obviously unsee it if it's dark, but if you from that, you will access this area. And here we need to use the lantern. We come into a secret. That is the Horn of Quintus, and it's worth 120, 33.34. Now we can from that again. I wish there was a quick key mapping to the lantern, because you use that a lot. Now we should be able to jump back onto this. Perfect. And now I'm a little bit unsure here, actually. If we need to go to the top level or the lower level. Doesn't seem like I can mantle up there. I kind of remember having issues with that on the last playthrough as well. Then we need to jump onto the railing and grab the rope at the same time. That was close, but wasn't exactly what I needed. There. We do need to go up a level, though. Here we should be able to do that. Didn't like that, but we didn't get an alert there, so that's good. So we now want to move. Am I turned around here? Oh yeah, we are here, right here. Supposed to be here. There's a drawbridge here. We have to get into that room beyond. Now I'm backwards again. If I had my beeswax. Be a lot easier. Yeah. So this I discovered by accident. That you actually can, this is what we need to use one of our water arrows for. You can press the button here. Sorry, that was the wrong button. You can press the button by using an arrow through the... You don't want to use a broadhead arrow, which you start the mission with. No, you don't. You don't. We just have them because of all the archers we've taken them from. So water arrows are great. Scouting orbs are great because they don't make any noise. But I don't know if scouting orbs can be thrown through that wall. I don't think so. So water arrows is the best because they're pretty quiet and they don't leave any trace of your presence. Now the haunts underneath here can also see us. In here there's a mouse with a key. We're going to take that, that's the prison guard level. So that we need to be able to exit from here. I'm going to press that to close it, and then head up here. In this room is a piece of loot. That's the main reason we're in here, and that also counts as a secret. It's the drill bit, worth 250, total 3584. This here. This is the one that opens only to the key that we just took, and that's the reason we took the key. You can leave where we came in and then just use another water arrow to close the drawbridge. That's an option. So it's either taking another water arrow or taking that key. So I'm going to do this because we can leave through this vent now, which is great. In here is another piece of loot, a coin worth 5. And from this area we have access to the 2 upper walkways in the prison. Here. This is right above the secret cell that we opened to get the thigh bone. Here is a panel that you can use to shut off the security systems, actually. And on the other side over there, you can't really see it, is a food bag. You're collecting food. That was the 20th pickpocket for us. If you head up here, you get to where I showed you guys from the other side. This is the third and last way to leave the prison. The objective checks off once you leave that door over there.
Like picking up.
We already took his arrows, didn't we? Oh yeah, so then we already took that. So that's the 21st. Yes, we took him. Good. Then we can just leave through this. And this is the vent master. And now we are going to go all the way up. You take health, take damage, lose health if you stay in this smoke for too long. If you run past it, you'll be fine. Yep, this is where we're supposed to be. Awesome. Then we are done in the prison. We're not going to go back there, except for one quick visit later on. We're now going to leave the same way that we really came in. We enter this.
Whoa.
There. If we go down to the bottom level now, we should be able to get out. This is the sewers. Yeah. Then it's time for a real save. Okay. This next section here now, because we're done with the entire area on land here, except for there was one guard by the harbor, and we need to access the ferry on the harbor. We also need to do the lighthouse, but the main building and everything around it is done. We are now going to take one piece of loot in the water, and we are going to hit the lighthouse, and then we're going to hit all the caves and stuff around the island. That is the most tedious part of the mission to me, because it's very dark. You have to dodge the eels, and you have to dodge the light from the lighthouse, which rotates. So it sort of intermittently lights you up. So the first thing we're going to do is to actually find the loot from the guy that was lost at sea. He is in the far northeastern corner. So northeast is that way. So I'm going to do this. You can see the shipwreck over there. I'm going to do this without using any kind of lantern here, because the eels can see you. There's a purse out there worth 100. Maybe you guys can see that there's a red smoky indication of an eel also out there. If you stop whenever the lighthouse hits you, those are not alerts. I'm not sure how much you guys can see here, which is unfortunate. I just need to use the lighthouse light to see sort of where I am. There's the purse. And those sounds there are just idle sounds. So 36.89, that's as much as we should have. Now we got to head back to the lighthouse. And the entrance to the lighthouse is on the far south. So we're now going to head back and then travel around to go to the south side. The only thing that's on the east side, really, is the cave to get into the basement, which we just came out of. Okay, we might be too far down here to get hit by, and there is the entrance. So if we stay underwater... I can't see anything here. I'm gonna have to turn on the lantern. Should be down here. Okay, so here is an eel, and that's a difficult one to dodge because you have to look at its direction where it's going, and you have to time it and go when it's... when it's not looking. There. That went a lot better than I feared. A lot better. Okay, good. Alright, so now we're in the lighthouse. This is a room that we'll get into a little bit later. Sort of bathroom. This is the door to the outside. Oh no. I thought that opened the door. There is a lighthouse key, lighthouse master key that we will take to get the pickpocket. He is on the lighthouse keeper. Who should be patrolling. We're going to go into this room a little later once we get the key. Don't hear anybody patrolling, which is not good. Last time he was stuck. Okay. So now we're going to read something in this room. How to handle the code machine. Don't. To send codes... prisoner missing, lockdown, or request Ferry, 2857. That's an important code for us. Answer codes, broken link, 4 9s, wrong code, 4 0s, request denied, 4 2s, request granted, 4 1. So that's what we want to do. We want to put in 2857 and then request granted, hopefully. There's nothing else in here except for the code machine. So we can put that in here. But it's not on currently. There's no light, and it doesn't work either, so we have to figure out what's going on here. Okay, in here you have 2 flares. You have a fuse, which we're going to need. This is an antenna repair kit, and that actually works to reverse an optional objective later on in the mission. Okay, good. He is moving. That is perfect. So I'll show you how to do that objective. I'm not actually going to do it because that's what the metal rod from the initial prison is for, and we didn't take that. Good, so he is not stuck. Last time he was stuck right outside the door here, so we're going to take his key now. Lighthouse Master, that should be the 22nd. Pickpocket. Okay, here's a fuse system. So here you have all the different fuses. So the one that we are looking for is the code machine, which is 5. That's the middle slot. Special tool required for the sewer pump and the beacons. I'm not actually sure if any of the other ones here you can use. I have not been able to, like the sewer lights, if you take out that fuse, does that mean that all the sewer lights go off? Maybe. I'm not sure about that. But that would be interesting if somebody tried that. The tool is broken at the moment, but a new one has been ordered. It should arrive with the next scheduled shipment. Okay, so let's put fuse in there, and that should operate it. We're going to have to go back up afterwards. You can leave out here, but I don't think that it takes you anywhere. The only thing of interest up here would be the tiny bag of spice that was left by one of the maids, 3709. You can go out here if you want to, like I said before. You can go around and see the island from above, but frame rate is so low, but it's a nice sight. You can even climb up here, but there's nothing really up here of value. So now we are going to call the ferry. Like I said, we're going to go back up here and get the fuse again, because we've got to return the fuse for Supreme.
Yes?
Didn't know exactly where he was. Sometimes it sounds like he's on the level below when he's really far, far away. There. Now it's operating. 2857. And then you have to click that. You should get a 1111. That means it's granted. You want to reset it. You want to turn it off. And now we want to go back up and get the fuse. Or retrieve the fuse. Okay, so we can't put it right there. That's okay. We can put it. Put it there. You can't put it in the box anyway. That's not possible, so directly on top of it or directly next to it would be totally okay. Head in here. And read his diary. Yesterweek, I bought a ring for my lovely Esther while off on the mainland. There are still a few days left before our 1-year anniversary. So until then, I hid it where no one will ever find it. So that ring is actually not existing in the mission. It's literally so well hidden that nobody will ever find it, because it doesn't exist. Handling the code machine is my job and no one else's. No, it's not okay to sneak in here and borrow the key. I tried to kill one of those darn rats that seem to have overrun the island lately. But I missed and instead broke my fuse tool, so now I have to order a new one. Esther and I went up to the top today and marveled at the view. She let me hold her, and I could feel her heartbeat faster. She laughed a little and asked something I didn't quite understand. I mean, I don't even know what a banana is, or what it would be doing in my pocket. It must be some new food thing, so small it fits in one's pocket. Hey, I like that. It's like a hidden treat. I asked her if she was hungry, but then she got all shy and said, maybe. Then she looked at me with a new sparkle in her eyes, and before I knew it, we were kissing. Wow. She's so full of surprises, but that's what I like about her. Okay, in here there is our 2 stacks of silver coins. And that's it. You can't hear anything now. So. Through here, this is just an empty restroom. Up here you have 2 flares. And then you have a latch that actually does not count as a secret. You need the ventilation master here, and it opened a panel so that this was made available. In here you have some coins, and you have a part for the pirate key. This is the second one I've shown you. There's one more. Now, we couldn't get the first part, so there's no way for us to get to the pirate treasure anyway. So I'm not going to take this, but I am going to read this. A Pirate's Tale, Part 1. I think we read Part 2, didn't we? As a pirate, I sailed under the name of Captain Heartcliff. My men and I were the most feared gang of pirates ever seen on a ship, competing only with the legendary Captain Goldthigh and her crew. We always knew where to find the best loot, and had an almost unnatural luck when it came to avoiding the heavily armed ships instated by the city to deal with all pirates once and for all. With the competition either killed or joining us, we got even more successful. There. Now, if you continue this way, this actually connects with the sewers. And this, I think, responds to the lighthouse. key, so you cannot go from the outside and into the lighthouse this way. You can only leave that way. I believe so, anyway. Okay, so we are now going to drop in. Hopefully be able to dodge that eel again. It comes in here and it turns, and it goes out again. It will hurt us on proximity. I'm not sure. Is it going to go left or right? Okay, we did take damage there. Let's wait a little bit before we jump in. There. Wait a little bit more. Good. Okay. So now we are here. The next cave is going to be in this area right here. So we have to go up until it sort of turns directly west, and before that we should find a cave. So again, this is another little bit tedious part. Somewhere around here. Okay, we probably passed it, to be honest with you. Or did we? There it was. Not sure if he heard me or saw me. There, it saw me there, but I know where I am now. There we go. Leave it there. Okay, we should be good now if we just go straight down. Alright. So here's a chest that we have to pick open, actually. This is a secret. And in here we got a red fish worth 20, total 37.73. And there's another part to the pirate. No, there's not. That's not a pirate tale. Hang ye jib, but this fish be all I got. Alrighty. Now I don't think we can lock this. This doesn't respond to any of our locks. Good. Okay. We're going to go around the corner here, and we're going to take the arrows off of an archer that's right here. The next cave is on the northwestern side. Here. Take his arrows. To do that, we have to sort of go down underneath the light. Yeah, we got spotted. It's very difficult to get up here. Oh, I hate this. Alright, so we have to go all the way over here then. Just follow the trail around. Those eels he could have done without, to be honest with you. And probably my least favorite part. Kind of rivaling frogs and how annoying they are. How do we get up here? Come on, get your butt up.
So here, go it out.
I should have joined the army.
Okay, where the heck am I? I don't even know where I am right now. Wow, I went way too far. I don't even know where this guy is. I mean... Okay. Finally. Okay, so that was the 23rd pickpocket.
Taking a break.
So where are we even now? I don't even know where we are. Ugh. We should be on, yeah, in the northwestern section. So there is going to be the pirate cave to the main. Yeah, I don't know. There should be another cave. Let me just go down and see if there is anything here. I don't know if that was the cave or what it was. I'm not 100%. Kind of don't think it was. I think there is one right underneath us here. Yeah. Right here. So here's a pair of coins, 37.93. And part 3 of A Pirate's Tale. My men have started to conspire against me. They won't say anything, but I can see it in their eyes. I can feel their thoughts eating at me. They want me dead, and to steal my treasures, but those lowlifes will never find my hiding place. I will soon free them of their hateful flesh. Now, if we continue here... we come to another cave. And on the left there, you could see the third and last part to the pirate treasure. Now, I'm not sure if you can actually get this with Ghost intact. I'm going to try now and use the Bardic P and see if we get a response. Yeah. So see, even if we use the Bardic P, they still see us. They just are sort of frozen for a little while. So then that's 2 of the 3 pirate key parts you can't get for Ghost. So there's no way you can ever get that treasure. Unless, yeah, I'll show you what's up. I'll show you guys what's up. Alright. Now, the actual pirate treasure is found in a cave over on the north side. So we're going to head a little bit east, and that's the final cave we're going to get to. So we need to head east. And that's the one that we saw the entrance to over here. Is it this one? No. That is the entrance to the compost. That is not it. So it's this one down here. So they do attack by proximity. But he didn't actually see us, but that's the entrance. Let's just wait for him to leave. There we are. So in here we need to go because there's a couple of coins. 1, 2, and 3 coins. 3808. So this is the entrance to the pirate cave, and you need to use the assembled key, which will automatically spawn when you take the 3 parts on this lock right here. Oops. But that is not something that you can do for Ghost, and there is a lot of loot in there. Way over 1500. So we're going to make a real save. And I am going to load up this save and show you what's in the pirate cave. So here, this is from a previous playthrough. Now I have a couple of extra things here. Here we have the pirate key. So let me show you here. You can close it from the other side. Okay, so first we have a coin worth 5. And we have A Pirate's Tale Part 4. My friend Lady Catrain Rumsworth and I were running a successful antiques business when we first encountered the artifact. It was on one of our trips overseas to procure some antiques that we happened to get lost in the streets and ended up on a pawn shop. It was mostly crap, but we feigned an interest, polite as we were, while the owner showed us what he had. I think he could see that we weren't of his usual clientele, though, because he seemed to be feigning it too, as if he were testing us more than actually trying to sell us anything. Finally, he went silent, paused, and looked at us with a peculiar look in his eyes. Then he showed us something which immediately caught our interest, or should I say, Catrain's interest. I was curious about the design and the strange carvings, but Catrain was ecstatic, and I have never seen her like that before. I could see she really wanted this odd piece of wood. In hindsight, I should have said no. I should have dragged her out of there, but I didn't, and we got that piece. The owner of the shop told us it had once belonged to the Hammerite Order, but let me tell you, that thing wasn't of Hammerite origin, not entirely at least. We knew what to look for when judging antiques, and while it had some of the usual signs of something Hammerite, it also had something else, something we quite couldn't place. I was still curious, but once we left the shop, I started feeling very uneasy just being around the thing. Catrain was thrilled, though, so I let her handle it for the remainder of our trip. We got some really good deals on the antiques we had come for, and I soon forgot about the weird artifact. I'm going to do this as supreme as I can, just to show you guys what I would do. Drop down to the bottom. We'll get into a little area. Here's a moss arrow. So what you can see here now is 5 boxes with colors. And from left to right, they go red, purple, blue, yellow, and green. Red, purple, blue, yellow, and green. So that order is important to remember. Over here, so there seems to be some access in the ceiling here, but it's obviously closed. Here's a valve and a drain. So water starts coming out. It's difficult to see. So if you now go ahead and put one of the thick rags in there, then it starts filling up. You can do that as much as you want and then stops. Okay, so now we need to get it a little bit higher because we need to swim all the way up there. Let's try that. Here. Now you guys can see there is a button below each according color up above. But they are in a different order now. So we have to click the buttons in the same order that we saw them left to right. So that means the red first, which is this one. Red. Then it was purple, wasn't it? Which is this one right here. Then blue, which is the second one. Then yellow, and then green. And that opens up a panel with 4 stacks of gold coins. And if we now flip this, this closes. Wait, oh no, okay. My bad. Red. there's another switch in here that I forgot about. And now we get up to the main secret area. So that's how you get up. Now, if you look in the ceiling here, this is a crack in the wall. And if we actually line up here real quick. Difficult to see. But this is the cheese that you could see from the sewers where we got the treasure map. So that's actually what's up there. Here's a door that leads nowhere. Here's a door with 4 levers that you have to push to open this. Ventilation gate control. That opens this, and that takes us out to the sewers. This is one that we could not open from anywhere else before. So if there's a way to sort of get through it from this side, to get through that vent and through this door, you know, if you can do a clipping maneuver, then it's possible to get all this loot for Ghost. It's still going to end up being a chemical success for us, and there is no real loot objective. It's optional, which is not required for Ghost. So for me, it wasn't that great of an incentive to start with clipping through walls. That's not really something I'm too keen on, but here you have it. No. So I'm gonna leave it like it is because I want to show you how to leave. Objective complete. So that checks out finding the pirate treasures. You don't have to actually have to take anything in here. And that dagger, taking that, passes our loot objective of 4,000. 2 statues. There's some artifacts in here as well. A rug. Coins. Purse, diamond, or ruby. Lots of smaller coins. Tiara, necklace, and some other coins too. Now up here, there's actually a secret behind this banner. With 2 more diamonds. Those diamonds are worth 100 each. So that's a lot of loot that we have to skip. I'll summarize all that at the end. These 2 diamonds you cannot take without slashing the banner first. They don't trigger. So you definitely can't do that for Ghost, even if you find a way to get through here. And let's read part 5. A Pirate's Tale. When we got back to the city, things went on as usual, but at the same time not really. We kept on dealing with antiques, but where we had once struggled a bit to establish a name for ourselves, things now went smooth, almost a bit too smooth. But I never really thought about it. It was busy times, but also one of the best times I've ever had. We made a fortune and got invited to all the main events. Catrain got married and had children, a boy and a girl. I soon got married too, and everything was as good as it could ever be. He wanted kids, but I was more interested in the business at the time, so I didn't really listen to him. I thought we were both happy as it was. Then it all changed. Catrain had tried to poison her family while they were sleeping. Her husband and her little girl both died, but the girl's little baby brother miraculously survived. The rest of the Rumsworths locked her up in the attic, and kept up appearances. At first I was shocked, but it was at that time I remembered the strange artifact, and I knew what I had to do. So one night I snuck inside the Rumsworth Manor and stole the artifact. After that, Catrain killed herself, because as she wrote in the letter she left behind, it was like waking up from a bad dream in the middle of the night. All alone in the darkness. But realizing the dream was true, she couldn't live with what she had done. I knew I had to destroy the artifact, but something made me keep it for myself instead. Soon I was accused of killing Catrain, so I took to the seas to escape the allegations and a possible death sentence. During my journeys overseas as a pirate, I tried many times to find that crappy old pawn shop, but it was as if it had never existed. Even in this late hour, the artifact is controlling my thoughts. But to anyone who is reading this, I trust that you know what has to be done. I feel cold. I cannot remember what happened to my men. Maybe they are all dead. Maybe they abandoned me here on these islands. Did someone poison them? I can feel it seeping into my veins. My ship is gone. Maybe it sunk. Maybe my men sailed off, leaving me here to rot. Death is all that awaits me now, but I will finally be free. May the Builder show mercy on my soul. Captain Heartcliff, the former Lady Sedany Blackwood. There you have it. So maybe that's Captain Heartwood's remains there. So the way I would have done this for Supreme, done that, done this, and oh, let's go draw our breath a little bit, sorry. Oh, come on. Obviously, I would have not accepted that. I'm not going to redo this. What you can do here is use the putty knife to get the thick rag back. And now it drains down. Instead of the thick rag, you can use a moss arrow. You can shoot a moss arrow on there first, and then use the putty knife to get rid of the moss afterwards to drain it. But the thick rag you can return, and the putty knife you can return. So I would have gone back with both of those instead of picking up the unnecessary moss arrow. Anything that you can return is better than anything that you can't. That's just in the principle of Supreme. And then I would have left, and you can lock the door on your way out, which I'm not going to do. But there you have it. What does this do? Oh. Turns on the lights. Do you know that? Then we can go back, and we can continue our run. So now we have 3,828, which is correct. We are now in the northern parts. We now need to go to the harbor because the ferry should have been called. To hopefully time this. I think it just left. It did. Good. You could maybe see an archer in the distance there. So, and there's the archer that we stole from earlier. We have to make sure we're not spotted by this eel and the archer as we head into the harbor. Come on. I remember the ferry is difficult to go around. You get stuck on all sorts of little crevices, but at least the ferry's here. Okay. Here's an access panel that you really can't do anything with except for take a coin that's in there. Okay. So, let me show you what's going on here.
I hear you there. Come on out.
Let's read that. Warning, the deck is slippery. So that's a way to justify that when we start going here, Garrett can't stay on this fully. He will end up going a little bit backwards, as if the deck is slippery, but it's a part of the engine.
I thought there was something there.
Return. So this button here takes us back to the West Island, which is where it came from. But we are obviously going to get spotted here if we use the ferry. Going to get spotted by multiple archers. The only thing you can do is to sort of swim underneath the ferry and follow it in. I'm not even sure if that's possible because I think they can partly see you through the ferry. And you have to come up for air multiple times. So this is not feasible for us to do. So we have to find a different way to go across to the island without getting spotted here. Okay, we're going to head in here. This is a place we haven't been to yet. It's a mortuary. And this we have to pick open. I don't think that there's any law or keys that operate this. Just some coffins in here, empty coffins. And here is a coffin that we can operate. There is a corpse in there. We're going to have to drop him out. And then we have to operate this. So we actually have to travel in the coffin all the way to the Western Island. Okay, now we have to call on this. This was on the level above, which is the level we're going to, so we can just leave it there. I think it ends up going as soon as this goes in. Yeah. There. Now we got spotted, yeah. So the eel sees us through the ferry. So here, this is where you can use the brazen built on the coffin now. So that when you get in it, which is what we're going to do, we can see where we are. But it's not really that easy to do. There. So I just clicked the button and then I clicked on the pillow in the coffin. That's how you trigger going into it and closing it. So I'm not even going to do anything now until we get to where we're supposed to go. So now we just went through the middle point. Now we can hear an archer that is actually walking on a walkway. Okay. So there is an archer that looks down on us. Once she starts walking, we can get out. Because she's going to do something that will help us. Okay, so that was not an archer, but a guard. She waits until the coffin comes, and then she is scripted to go down and bring the coffin, because she thinks there's a body in it, to bring the coffin into the crematorium and burn the coffin. So I'll talk about what's going on here in terms of locations later on. So that's what she thinks is in the coffin. Of course, there's nothing in there now because we took the body out. So the coffin is going to get burned. Now, that to me is not property damage because it's a scripted event and it's not done by me. It's done by this guard. So now she's going to move the coffin into the crematorium, which is in here. And it's going to end up burning in the crematorium. Let me turn on the light in here. That's not of us to turn on lights. There we go. There it burns. So this is how we... I don't think this turns off on its own. Turned it off now. And what remains is the hammer cross. The stone hammer cross that was in the coffin. That's all that remains of it. Now we need to pick that up to get some loot, but we have to cool it first. So that's what the second water arrow is for. If you cool it, that does remove the light source here, but this light source was not here when we started the mission. So I wouldn't say that's a supreme bust. So it sort of is generated because of the events that we've triggered. So that's a metal cross. In here is also a fire arrow. Right there. And then here's a symbol that you would not be able to see if you didn't drink the holy blood. And here's the first of the 4 elemental gems. So the gems are related then to each element, and it's logical that the fire gem would be found inside of a crematorium, right? There, and we want to turn on the flames again. Up here you have 2 empty vials. We do not need anything more than what we have. So yeah. Down here, let me see. You have another dead rat. You can access anything that falls down. Access underneath. And in here, there's nothing. Just gas access, probably.
Good armor. My own room. I'm snoring, but alright.
So she keeps making the rounds here. She goes into that building. Up in the walkway, she goes out through that door and then a little bit into the dock again. So we are actually going to head into the water and go over to the to get the 4 pickpockets, 3 arrow sets, and 1 purse on the halfway point. So we're now on the middle island, but it's not going to... No, sorry, the western island, but it's not going to expand anymore. We're not going to get a bigger map than this.
Supposed to be over by now. I forgot.
Let's see, that warrants a real save, I think, for sure.
They kind of change.
Something else that I didn't show you guys, you might have noticed when we came off the ferry, we got a new objective, optional. Before you leave, delay the search posse by sabotaging vital equipment. So that is what you need the metal rod for in the prison that I didn't take at the very beginning of the mission. So that we cannot complete for Supreme, and that will be a Supreme bust then, because you have to do all optional objectives. She is supposed to go through that door, okay. She might just make an extra pit stop down there, I'm not sure. You can go to that middle island via a walkway, or you have to climb up the roof, which we're going to do a little bit later, but we're not going to get to that point via that walkway. It's almost impossible to get there, because the archer that... The archer that goes there is so alert. So we're gonna swim instead.
Someday I get
Let's see. And read that. The lower gate needs to be fixed, but until then, use the rod to close it if it gets stuck.
Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna go up and tell him no more guard duty. 6 taffin years of guard duty. Put my finger up and say I've had enough. And that's it. That's what I'm gonna do.
There we go. Purse worth 100 and...
Don't move!
Oh. So he is very alert as well, but if we are more behind him than what we were there...
Hello? We got
We hit the torch there. The other archer is on his way on the walkway.
Yeah. What's that? Hold it.
It's a fine line. I did it the first time I leaned in here, so... There we go. So we can't hit any of the torches and not also the... We're behind a rock there in terms of the...
Is broken. These fancy gadgets around here. I can't get a simple mug of coffee.
In terms of the lighthouse. This will be... Okay. I didn't know how far that archer came.
What's that I see?
So he sees me even though I'm pitch black in my light gem. I'm not sure what that's all about.
Huh? What was that?
We might have to just wait until he turns around and then head after him. Good. That was the 27th pickpocket. Now let's head back down here. Not 100% sure where this... Good, I think I hit it. Nice. Good. That was easier than I thought. I had a lot of problems there last time, but not this time. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Okay, I don't know why I can't get up here. Okay, so we have basically 3 buildings. That building over there only has a few docks. There's a couple of wells, one here and one you can see this side, and then there's a porta potty here with nothing really inside, but behind it, I can't turn on the lantern really because I'm going to get spotted then. There is a coin. Total 39.18. So over here is a well. There. I'm gonna go down there a little bit later.
Well,
I can read this. Remember how last time someone dumped wastewater near the well? The water tasted weird and people got sick? I will personally flog the one who does that again.
It's like it's peaceful.
Where are we? Okay. We need to get up here. Just made that in time. Good. Here's a flare. So here are windows down to the ferry, actually. You can rope up here if you want to. Here, this is the door that she takes out to go down the stairs. And through here, it's actually a guard. So if we go into this room, we will get spotted. We're gonna head up here, actually. Just want to make sure I'm not caught by her. And up here is another one of our... There's a symbol there on the side of the beam. Another gem, the air gem. So if you go to the walkway, you have to drop down on the other side of the roof here. We're going to go here. This is the door that's locked. You can pick this open, I believe. And then you get to the other side of that dark room with the guard. This is a ferry control room. There's a slow fall potion. And here is a crematorium master key, which we do not need at all. However, I am going to show you guys what you can do if you take that. I'm going to load up save 2 here and show you something. Now we're back right outside the crematorium. And I now have that key. Actually, this door we have to pick open. I didn't show you this earlier, so this is right where we came out after the ferry entrance is right there. Let us... We have a lot more items now. This is an older save. This is the control rooms underneath the crematorium. A lot of machinery in here. I'll show you a few things. If we go straight here. This is a machine that you have to sabotage if you want to complete this optional objective. And in this save I do have the metal rod, so I wanted to show you how you do that. Oh, it's probably at the very opposite end. There you go. You've got to throw it in here. There. It gets stuck like this. If not, it would just fall to the ground. So that's what you do. You get it stuck here. A lot of people had trouble attaching this. I read on the forums. Let's see here. Empty room. Here's an open door. Leads down to some cells. Here is a dead guard or a sleeping guard, I'm not sure. Another dead rat. This door is locked. This is what you need the crematorium master key for. Seemingly an empty room, but you can see that there's a hidden door. Ceiling. Go in here. This is just a huge empty room. Except for there is an explosive charge at the end. So that you were going to need for something else unless you ghost. In which case you can't use this. I'll show you the use of that too. So that's really all you can find down here. So we do not need the crematorium master key at all. We are going to pick the lock on this safe. This is the room the guard was in when she saw us come in the ferry, or saw the coffin come. And here we have 2 stacks of gold coins, 2 stacks of silver coins, and a purse. That passes the 4,000 loot objective, so we have that complete. And here is another code set that you can't operate. And this is overload. So this actually can return the ferry. So we are going to do that, because we should send it back where it came from. So that'll send it back to the beginning. We do not need to use that ferry any longer. We do need to return to that island, though, a couple of times. But not by way of the ferry. Let's see. We're going to go in here. See what is in this room. Is there nothing in that? And nothing in that. Is it in this one then? Yes, it is. There's loot in here. Stack of copper coins, 4107, and there should be a diary in here too. Maybe that was in the other bedroom. Probably. There we go. We got in a really fat bastard today. The coffin could barely contain him, and unloading it was a pain in the arse, but at least I didn't have to push it all the way. I don't know how the captain got the warden to pay for the tracks, but there it is. Bunch of taffers. They keep complaining about the smell, but what do they think will happen when they keep messing with the ferry while I'm trying to unload it? Well, you know what? If they don't like the smell, they can do the job themselves next time they get the bright idea of taffing around. Weird, I could have sworn I heard someone playing the flute down in the well. I need a nap. The darkness is getting worse. Torches seem to struggle, and soon we might not even be able to see the lighthouse. Weird indeed. Okay. Here we can get up to the antenna. And the second thing you need to do, in addition to damaging the machine down below with the metal rod, is destroying the antenna up here. Some people said that they had to destroy both antennas on both islands. I never had to do that. After you have placed the metal rod, you can come up here and just shoot a fire arrow into the antenna, and that checks off this objective. Now, weirdly enough, if you take the antenna repair kit in the lighthouse, after you destroy this antenna, you can actually repair it again. Why on earth you would want to do that, I'm not sure. But since it is an optional objective, you can uncheck it, I guess, because of that. Up here is also a gas arrow. And we can look at the scenery with some lag. Okay. Head into this area. This is sort of the dormitory. Light switch would be easier. I'm Nothing in there. Stack of copper coins here, though. The other guard comes up and then leaves for the back. There's only that one patrolling archer or guard, so nothing much to worry about. Let's see. There. In one of these is a speed potion, I think. And then another diary. I bought a flute during shore leave to help pass the long shifts. Amy is bragging about winning the race again. I need something to shut her up. I've been practicing my flute every day for a week now, lots of scales and repetition. Can't we go look in the caves ourselves? Just because the captain is a coward doesn't mean we have to be. We still have one of those sunburst devices, so we can easily open the entrance again. I'll talk to Amy about it. She's always in on the fun stuff around here. So I guess the female patrolling guard is Amy. We just have to make sure that tattletale Wille ain't around. I heard he got permission to leave for the mainland next week. My flute is gone. The only places I've been with it is on my post, the loo, and my quarters, so it must be there somewhere. I dreamt it was going down to the chapel, but the elevator never stopped and instead continued down forever. I must have been screaming, because I woke up by Wille slapping me. The doctor wanted to join us into the caves below, but couldn't because of his poor eyesight. He said he would be ready on the surface, though, and treat our wounds when we came back. He also gave me a potion and said it might help us see things more clearly, but I'm not sure if I'm willing to drink that stuff. Okay. Alright, now we're gonna... This takes us into the kitchen. We're gonna head down to the basement real quick. I don't think there is any light switches here, actually. So this is the basement, and this is actually going to be a place we're going to visit a couple of times. But right now we're a little bit limited in where we can go here. This is all empty. Here is another glyph, and that shows the earth gem. That's 3 out of 4 gems. This is a secret, but you can only open it from the other side. So we will get to that side a different way. Here's the kitchen. 1, 2 coins. And that's about it, I think.
What?
I believe that's about it. We're gonna wait for her to come by. I at least think we can do that. Okay, in the kitchen here you have a water arrow and some food and stuff, but nothing too interesting. We're gonna head out of this door here. You can do that slowly. And we're gonna head over to the other.
To make them go on patrols at night watch. And I'm gonna sneak up on
Are we? Yes, we are. We're gonna head over to this
and watch him jump.
and then drop down here. This leads to the caves where the people talked about. There we go. Nice. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, so here is the statue. You can notice the symbol there. That is a key. And we have the metal cross. Goes in here, and we can get a hammer. Holy hammer worth 175. That is a secret as well. We can't close this back up, I think. Nope. Alright. Here's a holy water font if you want that. And here's a hammer worth 75, 43.72. Alright, so let's see. Back here, you can maybe see that this is the area that is closed up. So that is the place that you need to blow open with the explosive charge. But you can't do that. And I will show you why. Go to save 3 here. Here we should have the explosive charge. I'll put that there. And we will shoot it with the fire arrow.
They say that the Baron gets to eat.
There's no way you can do that. It's direct access up to both guards in the upper yard.
I'll find
And they will alert that as a ghost bust. There's no way you can do that. This takes you down to a cave system. And the start of some very interesting sets of magical caves. So there's loot in this room, and we have to get to this room a different way if we want that loot. And we also have to find a way into the main cave system without going this way direction. So that is what we're going to do next. So we cannot go through there. So I haven't found a way to get back up here. I don't think you can mantle back up this hammer. And the rope arrows don't seem to work properly on this beam here. And I'm not even sure you can get up from there. But we're going to call the elevator anyway and use that. We can't pass him that way, of course. Here's a readable. Additional goods for the next shipment. 6 bananas, kitchen maid. 1 fuse removal tool, lighthouse keeper. 1 notebook, carpenter. Should be able to drop in here without getting heard. Yeah, we can do that. And then we can simply move over to the next dock area. Right here. Here's a boat that we need to use to end the mission. And under here we have a water arrow, and also there should be the last gem, actually. There we go. The water gem. Okay, what is going on now? I can't move. I got stuck.
Hello?
I didn't know that he saw that. that checks off the optional objective of finding the 4 elemental gems. So those you can take easily for Supreme, except for you have to drink the potion to see the glyphs. Okay.
Is someone there?
Let's take it up
Nothing,
here.
I guess. Oh,
Some
well.
attic space that I don't think has anything to pick up, just some
Get home, do the
equipment.
clothes and dishes and find some food.
You can also get up on the other roof.
I heard that. You.
You can go to this area here. Just another
I'll
machine
find
room.
you.
They're empty, but I like the fact that there's additional rooms that show that this is an actual facility that works. You can sneak past this guy pretty easily. And now we are going to head into this well. Here's the flute that was talked about. That is worth 50, total 44.22. If we open this, we get into another part of the underground well. This is sort of the cistern that the well is taking water from. And this is the only way to get to the cave system without blowing open those rocks. But this glyph here you will not see unless you drink the holy blood. So this one you have to drink. Or that potion you have to drink to be able to ghost this mission. So that is the only way to get through to the caves. And now we start. So if we go here, we get to another weird area. This is how you exit. This is the secret panel to the basement by the dormitory. And here you have something very, very odd. So that we are not gonna, we're gonna do something with that later, but not right now. We're gonna make a big real save here. And let us see. We're gonna jump in here. Let's see. Do we need... So this is a little bit difficult for me to explain here. We're gonna get into a cave world that is very different from what we have played so far. I'm gonna turn off the lantern. Okay. So now, where are we even gonna go? Are we gonna go up? No, we're not. I think actually we're gonna drop down here. So you can see that there's a walkway down below. There's even a haunt there that comes out of a door. And up here, I can't remember what way we're gonna go. That was the correct way. Good. This is a room with a couple of coffins. There's a sleeping mummy in that corner. And there should be an artifact that we can take here somewhere. There's a glyph here that we're going to frob in a little bit. There it is. Okay, that's worth 25, total 44.47. Now there's another artifact back here, but we cannot take that right now because we will spawn a growl from this mummy, and that'll be a first alert, not necessary for Supreme, but we can take the piece of loot. But we have to find a crate to elevate ourselves enough not to alert that mummy. Now, this is the way you're supposed to get down. You're supposed to drop down here beyond the room where we blow open the boulders. But we have to get back up there because there's loot up there. So you have to frob this and then quickly go into that teleporter in order to do that. There. So now we come up right at the other side of where the boulders are. Here you can see. Okay. And here is another secret. That you also cannot get if you don't drink that holy blood potion. And in here there should be 4 pieces of loot. 1, 2, 3 artifacts and a rug. Total 4672. That is correct. There. In order for us to get back out, you have to do this. This is the way we're supposed to then drop down initially. But we have to close this one, and that is actually pretty difficult to do, and I don't think you can drop down and frob this. So what we have to do here is there. Now we're blocking this, and then we can grab it as we fall down. And now we come back down here. Do not alert him. If you drop on this side, you drop far enough away. Excellent. And then we also close the door upstairs. Or the panel. Okay. We're not going to head down here just yet. The area around here is water. And you can see up here, these are teleporters, these red sparkly things. And there's an arrow down, meaning that that teleporter takes you down to that area here. This teleporter has an arrow up, so that would bring us back to the basement. That is actually the way you get back to the surface. We're going to stay on this path right here. Single haunt, but this room is dark. Nothing is truly invisible. Guess that is correct. Alright, so now we get to some Lost City looking ruined caves. Alright, so let me explain a few things here. So right now, you guys can see that there's a bunch of symbols coming out of this water. This is actually liquid in here. That means that there's some teleporters that are turned on. So if I go into this now, I'm going to be teleported. I'm actually going to get teleported to this symbol here, I think. So the symbol to the left of the door tells you where you will end up, I think. I think that's how it is. It's a little bit tricky. This you can frob on multiple levels, and this symbol will get you back to where you see that symbol here. So it's sort of a reset button if I've gone lost or something. So let's see what we are going to do now. We need to sort of get up there. There's a piece of loot up there, as you can see. Let me see if I can do this. So here we got teleported. You can see that the symbols up there now changed to the left symbol now being a straight line. And let's see if I can do this right. Maybe. No, I did not do that right. There, I did it. Good. That artifact, I want it. That's worth 20. That's difficult to get to, but I did find a way to get to it. That's excellent. I'm going to make a real save there. So now we got reset all the way back up, and the code here got reset as well. So these symbols is a code. So I had to find the right combination to get down to the bottom level. That's kind of difficult, actually. But now we want a different combination that actually removes the teleportation devices so that we can go through this cave here without getting teleported. Life is a gamble, and what you expect is not always what you get. But when it is, then cherish the moment and keep it in your heart. Okay. So now we're going to go here. We're going to go here. Wait. We want to make sure that we go all the way up to the top, don't we? Is that? This is the one that takes us there. How do we get up to the top there? We want to get that artifact up there. I just want to make sure that we can do that. So we have no choice here first. We have to go into this one. Can we maybe go in this now? There we go. Nice. And then we can from... Where is the exit here? There. Now we get back and we reset it. Good. 4712. That's what we're supposed to have now. Okay, now we want to do the removal of teleportation code. So we want to go in here. Go in there. The enemies are not teleporting. They're not affected by them. Here, and we want to go in here now, and that should stop the teleportation. See now? No more symbols coming out of the water, so it stopped. So now we can safely go through all of these water tunnels without getting teleported. So now we can move through the cave system freely. And that was our goal. So if we go through this now, we get into a different cave, a very important one. And here are some things. Now, this little water pool here is where the Foreseer should be. It will teleport here if we had frobbed the 3 hammers on the 3 haunts in the prison. It would have fallen down into the lava and get teleported here. We will be able to pick it up and end the mission. We obviously cannot do that to the haunt because that busts Ghost. So we have to find a different way to get it. Let's read this. The Boniface Chronicles, and then there's that one of those symbols that we met so far. I, the scribe of the late Aloysius and Dolorita Boniface, hereby continue the Boniface Chronicles. We buried Father Aloysius alongside his beloved wife, Mother Dolorita, and their common flesh Saint Genevieve. The same day, we received news that the Old Order was approaching with an armada of warships. This was the sign we had all been waiting for. So we are gathered in the temple, circle within circle. The era of Genevieve, the most balanced of creatures, was about to begin. But first we needed her pure emotion to defeat our enemies. So we put her other side to sleep and prepared for her the chosen flesh. So we don't need that. Here is a dewdrop, green dewdrop, that we are actually going to need. Very important that we take that. And we also have a little mummy here that we are going to take as well. Because if you remember in the recipes, it said to mix rat's blood with the burnt remains of the target or a close relative. And this is one of the relatives of the target being the Foreseer. So we have to burn this this corpse right here. Now, in my opinion, this is not going to be property damage to burn this corpse. You know, property is someone's belongings or machinery or something inanimate, not a dead body. And it, you know, I'm not going to count that as a bust. I'm not sure if you guys agree there, but property is something else, but organic material, I would say. So we now need to jump up here and then swim up with this corpse. Let's see. There we go. So now we're back in the basement. So we have to then, right, we have to go here. We will come back this way, so we're going to close that entry then. There we go. This is another lantern you actually can take if you didn't take the one in the prison. There. Enough. We want to leave it on because it was left on by the other woman. So here is now the ash. So now we can do a couple of things. We can mix the rat's blood with the ash and get blood ash. That is super important. And that's really all we need to do. Holy ink we're gonna need a rat's blood ash, an empty vial, good. So if you have a blessed water, then, so if you've used an empty vial on a holy water font, for example, then you can come here and use that blessed water on this ash and get holy ash. And let me go to the recipes here. The Crystal of No Bonds, that is the one that we made right now, mixing the blood of a dead rat with the remains of the target. So that's the blood ash that we just made. So if you make the holy ash, that is the Crystal of Demon Unseen. That can be used to supposedly damage something, and I will show you what that is all about a little bit later. But we now have what we need. Okay. So we're now going to head back to the caves. And do something else, because now we have what we need to get the Foreseer, actually. Let's close this. So where are we going to go now? Now we're actually going to go down. So now we come to the level below that water tunnel with the bridge over it. So here we can go down even more, which will take us into the further tunnels. Let's see, where are we going now? A little bit unsure right now. I think we're gonna go all the way here, actually. I am not in the right place. I think I went the wrong direction there. Here's an inscription. We are all different, yet we stick together. I just gotta check. this is a little bit annoying because I know we're not supposed to be up there now. Are we supposed to go here? I'm gonna take the loot in this area later anyway. Let me check. Yeah, this is where we're supposed to go. Okay. Good. This here is a teleporter that we can turn on. And we'll loot all these caves and tombs later. This teleporter here is extremely important. Because this, ladies and gentlemen, takes us all the way back to the sewers on the Western Island. Remember this red? Remember this red? I thought we were caught. Remember this red teleporter? Now we can access the prison because now we can see this cliff. That'll take us straight into the interrogation room of all places. That, I believe, is the final secret that we can get. And that is excellent because now we can go shoot the Foreseer. That we can do by going this way. And remember, we still have to close the gate to level 3. That is now open still, and we need it to be. Weird. The song isn't right. Okay. Now we are ready to do this. We can use the Blood Ash and then shoot the Foreseer and it should drop. We will get a first alert here, I think. Yeah. We get a first alert from that haunt there. Cannot avoid that. But that is what we needed to do. You can shoot through those grates, and that makes it drop into the lava just as if we had immobilize these 3 haunts, which we cannot do for ghosts, so that avoids that seemingly inevitable ghost bust. But when I figured this out, that was fantastic. So it's still in a first alert state there. They stay like that for a while. You use arrows. Closing that up. Done that. Now we need to go fetch a crate. Whoever's here is close by. I thought almost he was coming down. See, I'm just going to check what direction to go. Well, I can't go this way. Where did the haunt go? Oh well. Seems like it disappeared.
What was that noise?
We need to go to one of the engine rooms there and get a crate. This is really the closest place there is a crate. Since we're in the prison, at least we can just do this. He was behind us. There it is. Obviously we have to drop this back. All right. So a room with 4 more haunts. That haunt always alerts to this, this here. No matter what. So I'm gonna have to try to find maybe a way around it. I maybe can't use this teleporter. Let's see if we can find another way back there. This might take a little bit of time. spend a little bit of time here trying to find my way back. I'm a little bit unsure of where I'm going now. Is this it, though? Yes, that is it. The haunt might come up here now, so... up, right? Now I can never remember what way it is. It is this way. Good. Now we can finally get this piece of loot. If we do that... and grab the crate again. That's all it took. So that was worth 30, total 47.42. That's right. Let's see here. All right, now we want to go down again. We want to go through that door. Right here. Okay, here is another room with an artifact, total 47.62. Here's another scroll. The Boniface Chronicles, I guess. We are the new order. We were once a part of the Hammerite Order, but we believed in an entity more in the likeness of humans. Two sides complementing each other. Chaos and order will always exist within us. So why can we not embrace both sides and learn the way of balancing the two sides to make the whole stronger? When joining the Hammerite Order, we were taught that we are all built in the likeness of the Builder. But if that is the case, then Chaos and Order must also exist within the Builder, making the Trickster and the Builder the same entity. This was called heresy by our Hammerite brethren, and we were banned from the Order. Red symbol, Principle of Chaos. The Principle of Chaos is pure emotion in all its forms. Use it one way and it will destroy your enemies, but use it another and it will deceive you. The white symbol, Principle of Order. The Principle of Order is pure thought in all its forms. Use it one way and it will heal your allies, but use it another and it will unroot them. The green symbol, Principle of Balance. The Principle of Balance is pure emotion and pure thought in equal measure. Use it always and it shall not deceive you. Use it always and it shall not unroot the ones you love. So, these colors here, I believe, do reference 3 dewdrops that we can find. We currently have the green one, which is the Principle of Balance one. Okay. Here's also a puzzle. And this actually matches the symbol that we saw in the prison cell where we dropped Borin. So we have to fob these. This guy should leave. We have to from these in the same order. So that's like this. So if we go through here, let's see. Well, we actually don't need to do this yet. Let me go back. Yeah, we don't need that right now. We're going to need something in there for something we're going to do later for one of the other endings, but that's an unnecessary pickup for us right now, so I'm not going to do that. But I will do this. Let's see here. No. I was on the right track. He doesn't hear that. When you go down into the water there, he doesn't hear it for some reason. Go through here. Take that piece of loot. It's worth 30. And this is actually a light switch. Click that and you turn on some lights, which obviously we do not want. Let's see here. So it's worthwhile checking out some of these rooms right now, because here's a symbol, and this is not one we can fob. And in this room there are 3 coffins. So this is a very cryptic puzzle that I did not figure out. So this symbol here indicates 3. This symbol here indicates 2, because there are 2 coffins. Before we continue with that, we're going to go ahead and return the crate. Yeah, I honestly don't know what happened to that haunt. Maybe it's supposed to disappear. Oh yeah, this is where we came out. We got all the pickpockets, I forgot to say that. When we took the last archer's arrows there, we got the 27th. So I know I'm doing some of these things here just for Supreme. Like the crate ordeal we could have taken an extra first alert there, but I want to try to get as smooth as of a Supreme run as possible. I always do that. Okay, now we're back here, and now we can actually turn off that teleporter. We don't need that anymore. Alright. That warrants a big real safe. 326. That's crazy. So let's continue. In here there is an artifact worth 25, total 4817. Continue in here. Here you can notice this symbol, and there are 4 caskets. Here's the eye symbol, and there's 1 casket, and there's also a rug worth 150. To head up here now. It's a little bit of a maze here, but I think I've got it. Yeah, in here you can see this is the symbol, and there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 caskets. Here's 1 artifact, and I think there's 1 more. Back here. Let's see. Up here, this symbol, and there are no caskets around here. None. None are resting here. Wake them not from their slumber. This is where we exit, I think, isn't it? From the teleporter. Let's see, where are we going now? Yeah, this is where we're going. Perfect. So this is a gem puzzle door. Here there's a bunch of different colored gems. We need to fob the 4 that we have. So let's look at that. We have the teal one, which is that one. Fire gem, which is this. Earth gem, and water gem. So here, here, and then this one is to open it. You shall fear us as you fear the ever-present forces nature gives and nature takes. We are her servants and masters alike. Respect our common mother. Acknowledge her true colors. Okay. And here we can close the door by doing that. So in here there are 2 corpses and a readable. And thus spake Saint Genevieve. As weak and undeserving thou were in thy flesh, as strong and meet shalt thou be with thy flesh attire acast. Okay. That's why I kind of think that Genevieve is the female zombie at the bottom of the prison, because it was talking about your fleshy attire cast. And it looks like she's been pieced together pretty much. We're going to go down here now. And we come to a weird room. This area we're in here, by the way, you cannot go in for Supreme. So I would have skipped this area for Supreme. That whole gem door area would be skipped, and I'll show you why. This door here cannot even be fobbed. Be more than what you can be. That's a little bit of a hint. We're going to head in here now, and there are traps in this room. We don't have to trigger those, really. You can run through it quick enough, but when you come around the corner into that room, there's a trap that we have to be hit by. It's sort of a white, misty trap. Let me show you real quick. Oh. You have a mummified heart and a papified heart. Those are 2 items that are not used for anything in the mission, and I think those are supposed to be the heart of the grandparents. So the king and the queen heart we haven't found yet, but we do need those a little bit later. And these are the parents of those, king and queen, so the royalties before the king and the queen. But we have to be hit by this trap in here. There. So that we get this white mist around us. So that is a trap. So that's why I would consider this a Buster Supreme, because we're triggering a trap here. Even though we don't trigger any in that room. It's a little bit annoying to look at, I'm sure. But when we have this white mist, this door becomes formidable. Be more than what you can be, okay? So that's the only way to get into this room I've found. And there's a door on the other side. Some shall pass. That I guess we can't prob now. So this is the reason why I brought the healing potion. Because the only way to get rid of this white mist is to take a healing. So I'm going to drink that now. So I think that's okay, because we've already drank a potion, so it already is a chemical success. And I wouldn't have gone in here for Supreme anyway. So we're going to find some loot now, and that I would have skipped for Supreme. But since there's no way we can Supreme the mission anyway... What is this? I did not know there was a... Okay. Turn on those lights. That's just so that you can see the tops. Let me experiment a little bit with that afterwards. Honor the past. Good. So here we have a bunch of loot. Some torques and tiaras. 6 artifacts. All this we would have skipped. That is a total of 440 loot here, I believe, that we have to skip. Let's see. Oh yeah, of course I forgot this one. 54, 52, that's as much as we should have. There's a statue there too. The Boniface Chronicles. Our following flourished and our numbers grew, but one day poor Genevieve fell victim to an unknown disease. We tried everything in our power to cure her. Day and night ceased to matter. We were always with her. Our followers did what they could to ease our pain. They prayed for us and brought us gifts when we needed them the most. The years passed and our daughter was dying. Finally, the day we had all feared came, and Genevieve ceased to exist in her earthly flesh. We enclosed her immortal soul inside an artifact, beautifully carved and adorned, in the hopes of one day bringing her back. A few days later, my wife died in mourning. The truth was now revealed to me. Genevieve was a saint among saints, and she had been chosen to carry our sins for us in the form of illness. When she died for us, so that we could worship her forever. I knew I had to double my efforts and place Genevieve at the absolute center of the temple. Her followers didn't seem to understand, but they only had to believe. Genevieve was the truth, and I her letter. Our followers wanted to read me the scriptures, but the scriptures were no more. Things may fall into disrepair, and crops may dry up and die, but Genevieve will protect us. She will feed us. People may die, but Genevieve will save us. People may want to disturb the new order, but they will stand not a chance against Saint Genevieve. Okay. There we go. So So now we can get out of this door. So it seems like we have to take the loot up there in order for this door to become probable. So there's no way you can get into this room then without triggering that trap. That's why this is not a Supreme Ghostable room. Okay. Now we are basically done. We've taken all the loot in here. And this one says some shall pass. Now we need to find our way back. And how do we do that? Can we go down here? This is another door that we're going to go to a little bit later. Yeah, I know where I am now. Good. Good, we did not get a first alert from him this time. Did he hear us there? No, he did not. So now we're going to head up here. Okay, let's see. We're going to go back through here one last time. Right, yep, we are. So we can leave that open. Now we're back here. Here is the Foreseer. So this is where it gets teleported to if you use the blood ash on it. Now, like I said before, I'm not sure if it was intended to use the blood ash while it still was in the prison. But you can do that too, I found, and I was happy that I found it. Now, the only way we can have this... Let's make a real save. The only way we can lower this and get this down so we can take it, because that's our objective, is to use the green dewdrop. Drop it in there. And wait for the green mist to rise. See if we can... Good. Sometimes you get throbbing issues with that Foreseer there. So that checked off find the Foreseer. So now we basically have done everything for us to be able to leave. Now, to be as supreme as possible, we are going to return the green dewdrop, because that we needed to take for Supreme, so that I want to return. And I'll go through some of the other items too afterwards. We still have this item here to worry about, but that we're going to do a little bit later. So even though we're almost done, we're not actually done. Wait, no. So he heard us or saw us earlier then. Because he gave us the first alert there. That's not good. Yeah, no, he didn't do that. Okay, well, I don't know what that is about. He obviously did not see us there. We were standing in darkness, so I don't know. I have seen him alert or heard him alert to some random things before. So I don't know what that was, but that was definitely not an alert to us. It was way after I dropped. So, we're good. Just a second here. Yeah, I just want to make sure that I have what I need to. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. We're gonna go through here. Return to drop, which would be required then for Supreme. Now what we're also going to do is make sure that we reset the portals here. Right? Yeah, now you can see those are working again. The code is reset. So that we reset. Let me see. Let's give it a real save there. I'm gonna close this one now. So we get out. Now we are done, actually. We should be, at least. So let's take a quick look here at our inventory. So the lantern we can't drop. Food we took in the beginning of the mission because we had to get the metal file. So that was the loaf, heavy loaf. The holy ink you do not need to pick up for this ending we're going to have now.
Taking a break.
So that's... You might want to pick it up for Supreme, I think. Yeah. But if you do the ending that I do now, you do not need it. That rat's blood you do not need for Supreme. So that I wouldn't have picked up for a straight Supreme run. Neither would I the empty vial, but you can pick that up for Supreme because there's another ending we're going to do that requires it that is Supremeable. 54, 52. I'm going to go through that afterwards. Borin's diary. We just picked up to reference a few things. You do not need to bring that along with for Supreme, obviously. Neither do you the recipes. And we took, obviously, a bunch of extra keys, but I pointed out which ones we needed and which ones we didn't. The Hand of Glory we obviously needed and that we can't return, so... This one we picked up unnecessarily, so do not pick that up for Supreme. Broken metal file we need for Seer, obviously, and the gems or objectives, and that's it. Okay, great. Let's end. I handed over the Foreseer and got paid in full. I later heard he had gone crazy and poisoned his wife, strangled their only child, and then hanged himself. Okay, quite the ending, right? So that was a chemical success of Heartcliff Islands. We have quite a bit to go through here, so let's do that. Now, you can see that the stats is heavily reduced. Total time 3 hours, 44 minutes, 29 seconds. We found 54, 52 loot out of 70, 14. That is, in my opinion, max for regular Ghost. We picked 27 out of 27 pockets and we picked 11 locks. We found 13 out of 14 secrets. The 14th secret is in the pirate lair. You know, the slashing the banner and finding the diamonds behind there. And this is the G ending. This is 1 out of 2 endings that I think is possible to do for Supreme. And 1 out of 3 endings that I think are possible to do for Ghost. There are 2 more endings, so 5 in total. 2 more endings that cannot be done for any Ghost mode. I will show you all. So we're not done yet. I just want to go through real quick the busts we took for Supreme, because this is only a Ghost run. So first, we did not do the 2 optional objectives. We did not find the pirate treasure. We did not sabotage the equipment. Finding the pirate treasure requires you to get 1 pirate key, 1 pirate part that involves bashing a window, so that we can't do. It also involves a 2nd pirate key that involves alerting an eel, which is also not allowed. This optional objective requires you to break the metal rod off of your prison cell. That's property damage, and therefore can't be done. Even though this is an objective, it doesn't state to break the cell door. Now, other Supreme busts, we removed a light source when we took the lantern, and I guess strictly speaking that isn't necessary. You can, you know, blindly navigate your way through the mission without it, but come on, we're not going to do that. Let's see. drinking the holy blood. You're not allowed to drink potions for Supreme, so that would be a bust. We triggered the first alert from the hunt when shooting the Foreseer with the Blood Ash arrow. So that is a Supreme bust. And that's it. So there aren't that many busts besides these optional objectives here. 3, I think. Yes. That isn't too bad, actually, for this difficult of a mission. Now, we skipped quite a bit of loot here. So the loot that we skipped for both modes, we skipped 15 in coins from the compost, because we alerted the eel. We skipped another coin pair worth 20 in the attic above the kitchen, because that's the same area that the pirate key is in. Breaking open the window was property damage. We also had to skip a total of 1,527 gold in the pirate treasure hold. And that's all for all ghost modes. For Supreme, you would additionally have to skip more. So although we got 5452, for Supreme you can't get more than 4,770. So you have to skip a further 682 loot. And the loot that you would have to skip for Supreme is 17, a purse worth 17 on a sleeping maid in the laundry floor. Because one of the women upstairs hears you pick the lock on the door. We would also have to skip the golden bone in the prison, worth 225, because you have to take a first alert, which we took. But you can skip that for Supreme. In the cell block 1. The guard sees you. And we also skipped 440 loot for Supreme. We didn't, but you should if you want to be strict Supreme. Behind the gem puzzle door, because you have to trigger a trap in order to be able to frob one of the doors there. So that's a total of 682 more, so 4770 is max. Now, technically, I can't really claim a chemical success for this run here, because I only found 3,652 in my run. I used a loot list to find the rest of the loot. So in my written ghost report on TTLG, I will only claim 3652. So then I wouldn't reach this loot goal either, which would also be a bust to Supreme for that reason. So, but I wanted to show you the max loot, but I can't technically claim that because it's not, you're not supposed to use any loot lists or loot cheats for that. So there we have it. Now we are going to go through the other 4 endings and show you guys what's up with those. So that I will do right now. So now we're going to load up. Let's see. I want to check again now. Double check that we can actually drop that, because sometimes you can't drop it. No, wait. We are actually going to go out here real quick. So in here is now the Foreseer's Tears. This, we get tears. So that we are going to do. Where is my lantern? because this is also an ending that you can do for Supreme. So then that empty vial would be necessary. Have I done this right? Yes, I have. Oh yeah, we have the lantern on, that's why. Okay, so now we are going to go down where that guy is. Okay. So here's the Queen's Heart. Maybe you can take either, I'm not sure, but I'm sure that you can use King's Heart, so I'm going to take that. You probably can use both. And the Boniface Chronicles. They are coming. It is in truth a glorious day for our one and only true Savior. Let's drop it back. So we're going to need the King's Heart now. I can leave this open because we're going to have to return that since it's a Supreme ending. I have to put back the King's Heart. Now, how do we get to this? Not 100% sure how to get to where we're supposed to go now, but let's see, where are we going? Yeah, this is it. Good. Awesome. So these symbols here, let's see. Pay the ancients your respect, bethink yourself of kin, you must remember that wherein their strength is lying. So that wherein their strength is lying are the caskets. So remember how many caskets there were in each of the rooms. So we're going to have to fob them in that order. So there were 0 in this. So that's the first one. 1. That looks like a 0 and 1, doesn't it? Where are you going? This is 2. This is 3. 4. And 5. You can close it with that and open it from the inside too. So this is a ritual room. And over here's a couple of things. The Boniface Chronicles. The first thing we did was allow women to join our new order. We also encouraged our followers to join in the marital bed, so to speak, just as my wife and I had already done. I was still a high priest within the old order at the time, and when my wife entered her blessed state, we both decided it was time to come true and speak openly about the new order, although we knew we were going to get banned. To give us time to reform, we made the old order believe that we had split up after being banned. And, to further escape the scrutiny of our former brethren, we moved to live on a pair of remote, unnamed islands, of which one was mostly cliffs and proved hard to inhabit. But as the new order, we managed. The other island was more level and was overgrown with thick grass and a flora of wild flowers. So that's where we built our temple and burial grounds. Soon after the temple was fully erect, we were blessed with a daughter. We called her Genevieve Boniface, Boniface after the islands, as they were called by passing sailors. Is it maybe Boniface? Does that have a reference to, like, you know, the pirate symbol? Not sure. May the balance in her be strong. The two fundamental principles soon proved evident in our beloved Genevieve. She had the power to destroy, but also the power to heal. And we knew that she, with the right guidance into the third principle, would one day become a strong but fair ruler for our followers. Okay. Put that back. Let's see here. Rituals. General instructions. Whenever a number is presented, place the item in the numbered position and see the red smoke. The order in which to place the items is not important. Ritual of destruction. So that's the one we're going to do now. We're going to destroy the Foreseer. 1. Something taken from the target. 2. Holy ink that we have. Mix blessed water and ink. 3. An empty scroll that we're going to find now. 4. Your own self. 5. Something powerful in which love for the target is contained. That's the king's heart. Something taken from the target are the tears. Place the items in their respective positions and then read the ritual spell true and strong. Ritual of summoning. See the vessel in the skies above you. Make something in the image of what you want to. Summon and bathe it in the tears of the vessel above you. Wait, watch, listen carefully. Beware that if that which you want to summon is divided, the vessel which hold it may approach you, but it will not let go. Okay. Now we can drop back. This is the ritual spell that we can only use once the ritual is ready. And then we need an empty scroll. So we will go in the middle. We're going to have to drop these now. So that was not in the right one. You'll see the red smoke. Then it's in the right place. So we need the tears. That was in the right place. We need the, wasn't it holy ink? And we need the king's heart. There we go. And then ourselves here. Should see smoke here as well. And then we're going to read the ritual spell.
Power to the western god, power to the eastern god, power to the southern god, a broken circle surrounds me. Vessel for the northern god, vessel for the chaos god, vessel for the order god, an empty vessel awaits thee.
There we go. And then the empty scroll, I think, have become... Let's pick up the king's heart again. The empty scroll has become the destruction spell. So now what we can do is we can drop back the ritual spell. There. Let's see. And we're going to drop the Foreseer. And then we're going to read the destruction spell.
Power from the northern god, power from the chaos god, power from the order god, the well-tempered shall destroy thee.
So now we got crossed out to find the Foreseer, and instead the Foreseer was destroyed. So that's the one we have now. Now it's a different spell, so we're not going to return that since we sort of transformed it. Okay. So that's a little bit different, isn't it? Okay. Let's see, can we get back here without getting an alert? Yeah, we could. Now we're going to return the King's Heart. Close that. Okay. Now I'm going to make a real save here and show you guys something else. Now we don't need to worry about alerts, really. No. Turn this back on and go back to the prison again. Let's see real quick. See, I'm not 100% sure on how we're going to get to where I want to go here, but let's try a few things. Yeah, let's save it on a test save. That was the wrong way. There are two things I want to show you guys now for this ending. Let's see. Yeah, perfect. Okay, now I know where I am, so I'll save it there. Get caught.
Now, open lock to the dead man's knock.
So now, notice that the mist in the middle of this is gone. And there's no zombie in here anymore. So that's why I'm thinking that since the Foreseer is gone, and the Foreseer sort of resurrected Genevieve, then this was her, incarnated or in the flesh, kind of. So she's disappeared now because of that. And let me show you something else too. See, no, I think we need to go this way. Not a big deal. This is it. Good.
Wonder what that noise was.
That's no problem.
Thought I saw something. Nothing here now. Dun, 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 dun.
Let's go into the sick room. Gwen is not here. Okay. Well, let's check her room then. She's not here either. Okay. Now let's read this. So these notes you might remember from last time, but now there's another note that has been added. Something very strange happened to me yesterday. I went down in the deepest part of the prison, and then I woke up in the hospital. The even stranger thing is that I can't imagine why I would ever want to. That place is spooky. I dreamt I woke up inside someone else. I couldn't move, but I could see all that happened around me through her eyes. I was in a temple, and a lot of people had gathered in circles around a strange object, kind of like the thing I saw yesterday. I think they were worshipping it. Then the temple was suddenly empty, and outside I heard shouts and the clanging of metal against metal. That's all there is. So that's an extra note. Now I'm not going to bother showing you, but Gwen you can find back in the kitchen where the other two maids are. She is standing facing the sink, because she's perfectly normal. So I just wanted to show you. I thought that was a nice addition that they added a little note of her response to waking up. So we are going to go back here now. And we are going to go up. All the way up. We have a save where we need one, right? Pretty sure. Yeah. So I think that's it. Now we've destroyed the Foreseer, so let's see what ending we get now. So this is also supremable. It just involved taking a few extra items, but we didn't do anything there that added further supreme busts. Wait. Oh, we weren't fully on the boat, that's why. My employer would never know it, but I had probably just saved his life. I could of course not tell him the truth, so I told him I had failed in finding the Foreseer. He accused me of lying and trying to take the Foreseer as my own. Then his guards stormed in, and I decided to make my exit. When I got back to my apartment, someone had already been there. They hadn't taken anything, so I quickly emptied my stash and left before they could return. Business went slow after that, so I decided to pull a few strings of my own. Okay. So that was the I ending. And 3 hours, 53 minutes, 31 seconds. All the other stats are the same. So that is also possible for Supreme. Let's see, now we are going to go back to this one. The next ending we're going to do is possible to do for Ghost. But not for Supreme. Let's do that. And that involves this one. Let's see. So we need to use the Hand of Glory and enter the Heart Realm.
Now, open lock to the dead man's knock.
So then we unlock this one. If we use it, we will get teleported to a different world. Or if we use this, sorry, this symbol. If you wait here, turn to this symbol and wait for it to come to you, you will be transported to a pool of water. And there's only one exit, and it's this one. And when you exit that door, you will always take a first alert from a haunt. I don't think there's any other exits. That's the one reason why this isn't a Supreme Ghostable ending. I'll show you. That haunt there always sees you because the doorway is bright. Okay, so we need to get up here basically. This is loud for me. Get another first alert from that. Up here is another puzzle. And you basically are going to make the same symbol as before. At least I think so. Yep. That sound is what we wanted. Now you can see there's a particle floor that appeared on the outside here. So we're going to get a couple of first alerts here. You can do it with only getting one, I believe. But since we're not doing this for Supreme, then I'm fine with that. Now we got another one there, but I don't think we have to take that one. Okay, let's see. This is to leave again. But in order to leave and keep all of our objects, we don't have anything in our inventory now. I don't have any weapons or nothing. We have to from that. We have to pick up a couple of items first. Let's go in here. This is a very bright area. Down here is something very freaky. Can you guys see this? Here's a white dewdrop and a white, yeah, witch-looking thing. Take that and then swim up here. Okay. Drop down here. No. Well, yeah, I think we can. Now we're going to go into the other room here and get a red dewdrop. There's another witch-looking structure, and this one. And then you can come up to the other room at the top. Now we don't need to do that. We can go back down. Let's see, how do we get out of here? There we go. And we should be able to leave now. Yeah, by going out here. Okay, I'm not sure what's happening here. I've never seen this before. Okay. I'm not sure what's going on because I've always been able to grab them and then leave. Maybe I did something wrong there, I'm not 100% sure. I'm gonna go back and try this again and then I'll meet up with you guys then. I'm not gonna show you all everything that I did. Okay, I found out what was the problem. You don't throb this. You go over here and you just look towards this symbol. There. We did that, and now we should have the 2 dewdrops. Yeah, we have all 3 now. Excellent. So then we're good to go. We don't have to close this because we're just doing it for ghosts now. So there are 3 more endings that we now can do. So first I'm going to show you the 2 that is not possible for any ghost mode. And we can now summon the 2 witches that are associated with the Foreseer. And that we do by using the dewdrops. So, let's make a real save here. So, if we put a red dewdrop, for example, let's do that. Once that mist rises up, the red Genevieve witch is going to summon. Right here. So she, her attacks are very powerful, and if you hit her, usually she deals damage to you. And let's also summon the white one. Because what's going to happen then is they're going to actually kill each other. So there are 2 witches you can summon here. So they have now destroyed each other.
I know not thy name, but thy deeds shall not be passed unrecognized.
So they actually didn't destroy each other, they blended together to a green form, a neutral form. So what we now can do is wait, why didn't we? That is weird. We're supposed to get... This is supposed to cross out, and it's supposed to say that the Foreseer is neutralized. That is very, very strange. That's what's supposed to happen. It didn't happen there. That is very odd. I'm gonna try that one more time. That's strange. I've never had that happen before. try it with the white one first. Skip forward, of course, if you want to, but that's odd. If not, I'm gonna probably just load a save from before to show you that ending at least. We probably can... Oh, let's not interrupt it. I'll try to do the white one first this time. It said objective complete.
I know not thy name, but thy deeds shall not be passed unrecognized.
Okay. There, now it worked. So now we got the Foreseer. Maybe this isn't the one that says neutralized. I can't remember. But now we have it at least, and now we can leave. Did I just not see the Foreseer earlier? I'm not sure. There we go. I handed over the empty Foreseer and got paid in full. A few weeks later, I got a letter from my former employer. He claimed I had sold him a fake and said he was going to make me pay for what I owed him. But after that, I never heard from him again. I was told he had moved out of town and no one knew why or where. So that is then the S ending. I would claim this is not possible to do for Ghost because you are setting up two enemies to fight against each other, and that goes against the Supreme Rule. No, the Ghost rules. You're not supposed to instigate or trigger any infighting between enemies. So in my opinion, this is not a Ghostable ending. Now let's do that one a little bit differently. Let's trigger the White Witch first. Because let's now try to kill them both instead. One at a time. That you can do with the sword. Now this woman isn't that difficult to kill normally, but what the trick you have to use is you have to hit them when the mist is not around them, and there's a small window of opportunity to do that. There. There she died. Now we have this white mist around us, but anyway. Do we have any? No. Let's see. Yeah, anyway. Now we killed her, and let's do the same with the other. The reason why we have white mist around us is because whenever we get hit by her, or we hit her when she has the mist on, we actually gain health. So we're now in a gained health state, I guess. Now we're going to use the same technique to get the other one. If you sort of wait for the second where they don't have a mist around them. That did not work. Man, I missed her. There. Okay, I don't know why it doesn't say that it's been neutralized, because it always used to say that. Find the Foreseer again. No, it does say that. Bonus, the Foreseer was neutralized. I just didn't see it last time. Good, okay, so then we can take a look at this ending. That's the fourth ending. We have one more left. I handed over the empty Foreseer and got paid in full. The next day I got beat up and left for dead. Later I woke up with Artemis by my side. I lost everything. He told me they had kept a close eye on me lately. I wasn't exactly happy about the situation, but I guess he kind of saved my life. Okay. So, let's see. This is the R ending. And yeah, here you deal lots of damage. 36 damage taken 1. So, obviously not possible for any ghost mode. Now let's go back to the last one we're going to do. For this one, we are going to need to get the Foreseer first.
Who's there then?
We can't do that because this one is possible to do for Supreme. No, for Ghost. Let's hope. Can we maybe try to stand underneath it or something? Block its path as it drops. Yeah. We actually could do that. There we go. Now we're gonna head back to the ritual room, actually. right? I think so. That is okay, because this is a ghost ending. That's just the first alert. We need to get the King's Heart back. That's why I'm going down here. Should we go through here? Here is where we need to go. Okay. Let's see, here we need now, what do we need? No, we don't need that. We need the ritual spell. And now we're going to take a look at, actually, where is it? Borin's diary. Let's see, because we're going to look at this poem that actually is a hint to this ritual here. A future red. Enters a man in dark shrouds, the underground bloodstream invaded. 3 gifts of red lend color to the grounded clouds, and you shall see the vessel converted. So the vessel here is the Foreseer, it'll be converted if you give 3 gifts of red. Okay, and that is the red dewdrop. It is the rat's blood, and it's the king's heart, or one of the hearts anyway. So that we're going to do. And the Foreseer itself. And us. So let's see what we're going to do here. It's not the right one. That was the right one. That is good. And then we have the red dewdrop. And we have rat's blood. There. And us. And then we're going to read the ritual spell.
Power to the western god, power to the eastern god, power to the southern god, a broken circle surrounds me. Vessel for the northern god, vessel for the chaos god, vessel for the order god, an empty vessel awaits thee.
So now all of the objectives have been cancelled. She injects me red and nothing else matters. Okay, so now, yeah, we have the King's Heart if we want that. We have the red Foreseer. So that, I believe, we are now going to bring back. We'll go down to Borin's diary again now. We've given 3 gifts of red, and we have seen the vessel converted. Bathe your bride in sanguine tomb. So we're going to put the Foreseer in the pool where we found the little mummy to prepare her fleshy attire. Drop vessel red in Quietus womb. Okay. No, that's not where we're supposed to go here. Okay. So now we're going to need to act or remove these. No, we do not. Because we didn't. So I believe we just do this now. Yeah. Now she disappeared. So now let's see here in the dark. To access her world entire, find the door and enter her domain. So that is where we use the Hand of Glory underneath that weird heart out in the basement. To leave behind the world's dolor. Wait for her as she feeds on former pain and crowns you in golden color. With each crown, you two are wed to the eternal bliss of worlds beyond. Finally lay her down in marital bed to forever seal the bond. So that is what we're going to do now. Okay, I didn't know I was lit up there. Get some first alerts here, but that's fine. Oh, not here. Here. I believe now all we need to do is from this. Yeah, see, now the heart is gone. So let's do that. Here she comes. One hand in gold and one hand in darkness. The underground bloodstream declots and rises. A new reign of chaos and decay begins. So that is the final ending. She injects me with red and nothing else matters. Everything else has been removed. The only thing it says here is 3 hours, 50 minutes, and 19 seconds, and that was also a successful chemical success. And that is the Y ending, and that is the final ending, ladies and gentlemen. This has been a long, long video. So, let me know what you guys think. Hopefully I was able to show everything, or if there's anything additional that I haven't shown, please let me know in the comments. And I will see you guys back next time for Mystic Gems 2. I'm looking forward to that. Hope you are too. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, and bye-bye.